Good. Ugh. Guys, I got my coffee. We're good. We're good. Ruby and RJ streaming at the same time. I know, I was watching Ruby before I went live. The work they're doing on Gravemind is so fucking cool, dude. But the coffee has been acquired. Dude, I'm excited. Today's gonna be really fun because I've basically gotten everything I wanted to get set up for the new game mode. Can you mod the sparkle back into my eyes? I can try. Smiles at you, shits myself. Now, I'm excited because we have basically gotten all of the complicated, annoying bullshit done over the past several days of setting up the entire new energy system, and now we just get to implement it. Is it the Yo Mama voice line? I don't know which one that is. It's rather vague. Alright guys, I want to get started because I'm really excited about this. So let's do it. Go! Welcome back. Welcome back. It's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to my cool blue base test area that will be expanding today. We will be conquering the rest of the map with our fancy scripts and our know-how. It'll be awesome. So, get excited. Go crazy! Ah! Yeah, it should be pretty cool. So, look at this beauty. Oh, yeah, I forgot to show you guys. T-posing. I had to manually T-pose this, I hope you know. Check this out, dude. Right here, that I'm bonking my head against, that is the energy collection battery power thingy. I don't know what I'm calling them yet. I still haven't decided. This right here on the ground, down there, that is the landing pad, or spawn pad, or whatever you want to call it. I made a new one last night because I was bored. I'm not really happy with it still. I think it's kind of ugly, but it's definitely better than what we had before. And then, if we come over to the pad, we got this fancy little button right here that lets us spawn stuff. We're going to add a cool hologram to it today that'll tell you the status of why it's red and why you can't spawn stuff. And up back there, we've got our giant 3 power generators. So let's collect this real quick, as we've been doing for the last couple days, so we can get to power level 1. Call it Covenant Energy Cells? That's a good one. Energy Cells good. Alright, we made it to power level 1. Hell yeah. So now that we collected that for blue team, as you can see from the big glowing blue thingy. What vehicles will be in this? Many, many vehicles. Pretty much every old vehicle in Permafrost, and any new ones I feel like adding. So I modeled this last night. I'm going to be honest, it's not that pretty, but it's a lot better than the crappy thing we had before. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep this thing, and then I'll make it better over time as needed. So now that I have the power, the button has gone green. I made this really complicated system yesterday that I spent way too long in boring silence writing the scripts for, but we tested it, and everything I'm showing you works in multiplayer. It's kind of insane. So we can spawn ourselves a mongoose at this dedicated mongoose spawner. And if we come over here, you'll notice it's red because the timer is running. After a 15-second timer, you'll be able to spawn another mongoose. So wait for it. Boom! It's green again. But that's not the only restriction on this thing. If I spawn a bunch of these, after 4 of these are in the map at any given time, I just won't be able to spawn anymore. It'll just go red permanently. But because we only have 2, it'll go back green here. Toji, thank you for the 5! Appreciate it.
Aloha, big doggy dog.
What up, big dog?
I go crazy. Happy Mother's Day, I love you, mommy rejected.
Happy Mother's Day to you, son. Ugh. Do your homework. Ugh. So yeah, we got this beautiful, beautiful little green thing. But check this out. Not only will it turn red when the timer is going, it will also turn red when you have all 4 mongooses spawned. And if you don't have enough power, because this currently has a power requirement of 1. Let me blow this thing up real quick. God, I'm missing like crazy. It went red. I can't spawn a mongoose anymore. So there are 3 requirements for every vehicle pad. It's a really complicated system that I tried to simplify as best I could. And guess what? Guess what? It works in multiplayer. I know. Insane, dude. As I'm writing these scripts, they make sense to me, but I'm like, there's no way Halo 3's multiplayer modes are going to support this. That's just not going to happen. No, that's impossible, dude. That's never going to work. Except it does. The campaign type scripting that I'm running on this map somehow is working, dude. I don't even know how, but it is. That's crazy. You know, I want to see UF game night. After we do a playtest and this works, we can do a UF game night. I'm totally down. So yeah, we tested this yesterday in game. Dude, everything I'm showing you, the power system, the battery capturing, the complex system that allows, under very specific circumstances, the vehicles to be spawned in. Dude, all of this actually just works. I don't know what to say about that, man. That's crazy. It actually just works. So, that's kind of sick. Will I make custom cov gunships and automated turrets that target hostiles? I mean, that's really specific, Jellyfish. I'm probably not going to do that. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to pretty much be using some pretty standard Halo vehicles at large and small scales. Starting other vehicles pads? Yes, I in fact am doing that very thing. So, what I want to do is I want to make a placement for where these vehicle pads should go. We need to decide which vehicles go where. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do the following. I'm going to make it so there are vehicle pads on both sides of the base here. So we'll put one right here. Drag it up and out of the ground a little bit. Like so. So there's one vehicle pad. That should work pretty good. Then we can have... So the way that I was thinking is that there would be 4 vehicle pads. You would have... And there would be multiple buttons at each one, so you can spawn different vehicles at them. And it's going to be hard to tell until I model something that tells you exactly where stuff is, but this is the ground vehicle pad. You can spawn warthogs, mongooses, probably not scorpions. Don't forget the flying vehicle pads. Yeah, there are going to be flying vehicle pads. So the dropship pads are going to need their very own one, and that's probably also where the Mega Mantis will spawn. Can the gym have a good stream? Yo, have a good one. Dude, leg day is still leaving its effects on me. It's something crazy, man. Anyway, so we have one vehicle pad here. We have another one right here. And I think, reasonably speaking, to make the airbase and vehicle depot from Halo Wars, I wish it was that easy. I mean, technically, I could, but it's very challenging to pull something like that off. All right, here's another vehicle pad. So we have a vehicle pad on both sides here of the bases, which is kind of fun. At some point, I need a system for spawning weapons a little bit nicer, but we have a vehicle pad on each side of the base right now, which is fine, I suppose. One there, one there. I'm thinking we should probably also have a vehicle pad. Oh, modding tools, Gorilla, no, literally just Gorilla, Sapien, and then whenever I need to model something, I use Blender to make the 3D model. And then I'm just, the scripts that are in the game that Sapien lets me import, I'm just writing them in Notepad++ because I'm stubborn and refuse to use VS Code for some reason. I literally have it installed, I don't know, man. My brain's cooked. Alright, so we got these vehicles here. We got those, that vehicle pad there. I'm thinking... If it works, I guess so. I'm thinking we do, maybe instead of having like one vehicle pad on each side, probably both bases will need 4 vehicle pads, is my presumption here. So I want to do large type vehicle pad here. Let's do scale 2 for this. I'll have to test to make sure this is big enough for like a Pelican or something, but a large vehicle pad there. We'll do a large vehicle pad here. And then we can do the smaller vehicle pads up front. Am I going to include Easter eggs? Yeah. I haven't decided which, but I have some fun ideas that I do want to do. Okay, then we have the regular sized vehicle pad right here. I'll delete this one for now. The regular sized vehicle pad. Let me move this into the ground a little more. There we go. And then we'll have another regular sized vehicle pad right here. And so these will be our small to medium vehicle pads that you can spawn a bunch of stuff on. And then in the back, the big ones will spawn stuff like Pelicans, Phantoms, you know, Mega Mantises, etc., etc. So it's not the prettiest thing I've ever made, that's for sure, but it should work decently well. around a little bit so they look nicer. Okay, that should be okay. I kind of like the look of it. It's kind of sick to just like have all these pads around, and then it's kind of starting to feel like a Halo Wars base, you know? You've got all these like vehicle pads around, and you have like these energy generators and like an AI spawner over there. Like all of it together starting to really feel like kind of interesting. Am I gonna mod Infinite? I used to mod Infinite a bit, but no, I'm not gonna mod it anymore. That game's not, in my opinion, worth modding very much. Alright, as a test here, I want to go ahead and... I think I'm going to have the Pelicans and Phantoms be all the way back here. So let's do this. Instead of a gaming chair, give me a Pelican. Where's my snow Pelican? Is this pad big enough for a Pelican? What is this thing's physics model? It's not... Hello? Why is it acting like this? What the fuck? There's nothing here! Do I actually need a physics model for it? Oh, there we go. Just need to refresh it, I guess. Okay, is this big enough for a Pelican? It's there. I think it needs to be rotated just a touch. And then... maybe, okay, I think I need to rotate it back. I actually probably had it pretty good before. And then I just need to move it to the side. Not bad. I'll move it back a little bit. And then maybe a little back to the side. Okay, let's lock that in place. So here, this is where our Pelicans will spawn. If you want to grab one, it'll be right here. It'll spawn right there. You'll get one per team. Make it red. I mean, I was debating where team colors should be and where they should not be. I really like having the ability to have like purple Covenant stuff for the bases generally. I tried making the spires red and then blue and it looked kind of silly. But maybe that's something I'll do. In any case, this is going to be PP. This will be P Pelican 01 blue. It will be set to not automatically, and I'm going to give it the exact same settings the mongooses have, which is setting it as a unique spawn with a ridiculously long spawn time. Those settings in particular make my entire system actually function properly. So, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Now, I need to move these bad boys around, because I have been using these. Devices, machines. So we're going to take our button. This will be for the light vehicle spawner. I'm going to keep this here, because the mongooses will actually be spawning here for blue team. So I'll just move that there. That looks pretty good. And then we'll move the button, because the button's actually a separate thing for it to actually spawn this stuff in. Move it right over here. Rotate it just a touch. And then we're just going to position it around where the button is. This is the thing that actually pops up, gives you the prompt, and that you actually press E on. The button itself is just kind of a model there to look cool. So there we go. That looks about good. Alright, so now we should still be able to spawn mongooses here. That said, our mongooses are going to be moved. Yeah, we're going to move all the mongooses. Can I move them all at once? Will it let me? I'll certainly give it a try. You know what I'll do? I'll grab the first mongoose and I will show it. And I'll select all four and make sure I get it in the right spot. Okay, let's make sure this still works. We'll refresh everything. Can you test if the actual upgrades work to find out if vehicles actually change the more tiers you get? Oh, they do. I'll need to add in a couple more vehicles for it. But right now with the mongoose being the only one, I'll go ahead and add this in. Alright, we got the power, spawn the goose. got our power required. What are we doing today? We're setting up all the new vehicle pads and getting all of our vehicles spawned in. And then we're going to set up the energy systems so that you can effectively capture a bunch of energy and upgrade your bases, Halo Wars style. Do those pads need something? Yeah, these pads are not that great. I modeled them last night with the idea that I wanted to upgrade them and make them look nicer, and they definitely are nicer than the old pads that we had that I made in like 10 minutes, but they're pretty boring still. I don't like them that much. Dragons Raw, thank you for the 10! Appreciate it.
Good to see you this morning, at least in
Good morning.
Say 50 AM. I can't wait to see all the work you've done.
I do not think you'll be disappointed, Dragons. Thank you for the 2, Adam.
What's to stop people from just immediately rushing the other team's battery, and whichever team fails to protect their battery is at a permanent disadvantage for the rest of the game, one team having more powerful vehicles than the other?
They won't be at a permanent disadvantage, because there's going to be a baseline of power that'll give you decent vehicles, and the upgrades themselves will give you like much stronger and more powerful vehicles than that. On top of that, the enemy team would have to be spending their time defending all their batteries. Even just a lone mongoose could go out and destroy batteries at a large scale and degrade the entire enemy team's ability to spawn. It is pretty hard for a mongoose to blow up one of these. It takes a minute because I gave him a bunch of health. But you can actually just sit here and power through and just destroy the enemy teams to downgrade their energy.
No way. You're modding Halo 3 instead of that inferior modding experience Halo 4? Absolutely.
That's true.
Peak. Take my money out. Ow, ow, ow.
Ow, 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 ow. Thank you for the 2. Yeah, I would never touch that Halo 4 video game. Ugh. Ugh. Halo 4. Ugh. Halo 4 is goated. You know what? If you like Halo 4, that's fine. But I freaking don't. I think it stinks. I think it stinks big time. I don't like Halo 4 very much. It didn't strike a chord in me. I thought it was stinky, dude. I didn't like Halo 4 very much at all. Master Chief himself says Halo 4 is his fave. When did he say that? No, the base definitely looks a lot better with vehicle pads around it. This is, like, at least visually, a fucking W. In an interview? When did they interview Master Chief? Wasn't he busy fighting the Covenant? We see the stuff Ruby's doing on Halo 2's High Charity mission. Wiles up. Yes! Holy shit, I was literally just watching before stream. Ruby's cooking. Like, the new hallways with, like, the horror aspects is so sick.
Having the mammoth here would be cool.
Thank you for the 2! Thank you for the 2, Mikey. I do think it has a place in a map like this. It was kind of hard before because I had a bunch of stuff in the way. To kind of still do. It would be kind of tough to drive a mammoth through this particular area. It's a very large vehicle. But it's not impossible. I would have to very carefully move stuff out of the way, and people would probably get stuck, but it's definitely not impossible. What's up, everyone? What up, Nintaka? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We're working on the beautiful vehicle pads right now, making them look fancy. You know, I am debating, actually, what if I had the vehicle pads pointing outwards rather than to the side? Dragons Raw, thank you for the 3!
Halo
no, they look better.
More like Halo 4 hectares, ha.
Got him. Thank you for the 3 dragons. Yeah, I don't know what you've seen, dragons, but in case you haven't seen this, I'll just go through and show you the system really quick. I just did it a minute ago, but I am now capturing this thing. Actually, oh, you know what? I gotta add in the voice lines. I low-key forgot. I recorded some voice lines for Dot earlier. Let me go back. Where is it? Yeah, I recorded voice lines like these for Dot, so she can speak words.
Red team is now at power level 1. Blue team is now at maximum power.
So I'm going to add these into the game. I already have them in the engine. I imported them earlier. I just need to incorporate them into like little crate objects to spawn and play the sounds. Thank you for the 2 blue!
Did you think of making the giant glowing laser bits on the spires team colored?
Yeah, I did think about it. The only reason I didn't is because, and why I ended up doing these on the top of the spires instead for red and blue. When you set a red team spire, like energy bits in here to red, it just like, you would have to go back to the stream and see it, but it just looks like the spire is like damaged, basically. When you set it to red, anything that's plasma like this, if you've played Halo for any amount of time and it looks red, it just looks like it's taken damage. It doesn't look like red team. So I decided instead of making the plasma red, I was just going to put these red markers and blue markers atop them. That way you can still understand where you are, but yeah. It just looked a little off, was the only thing. That said, if I made the Covenant medals to be red and blue, that might actually be good. That said, I don't want to do that because then I have to duplicate every material on the spire, and there's like 50 of them, and I'm good on that right now. Maybe one day. Why not put red and blue holograms? I mean, we kind of have those up here. They're kind of hard to miss, frankly. Like, they're pretty bright. Even from across the map in dense fog, you can tell blue team, red team. And on top of that, you know what side of the map you're on if you're careful and pay attention, because you have blue forerunnery bits on the blue side and red forerunnery bits on the red side. These are kind of all over the place as well. So anytime you're on the side of the map, if you look at any like forerunnery structure, you're going to see the red and the blue. I mean, on the ground? I guess I could, yeah, I suppose. Just popped in. Were you watching Ruby earlier? We're gonna Halo 2. Yes, I was. I was really enjoying it. I was driving to the store and doing some grocery shopping, and I was watching and then I got home and I was continuing to watch. I really enjoyed the cool, like the really like tight corridor flood hallways they were working on, with like the flood popping out. That was sick. That was sick. Ruby stream was sick. Are they done streaming already? To be fair, I don't know how long they were live for, but that was sick, dude. I'm so excited for Halo 2 Rebalance, bro. That shit is so clean. It's so clean. They just finished up. That makes sense. Ruby usually streams like 4 hours. I love whenever Ruby streams though, because like I stream like all the time. So you guys, sometimes I'll stream without making any progress in between streams, and I make the progress on stream. But Ruby like has a bunch of shit going on, and then like streams like once a week, and every time Ruby streams, it's like crazy progress, like whole new areas and stuff, and it's so sick to see. All right. The only thing that I'm unhappy with right now with the current setup is with the spawners here. I really want these spawners to have a hologram that tells you why it's red. Right now, it goes red for a variety of reasons. Either there's too many on the map, the timer is still going, or you don't have enough energy. And I really want to be able to inform players of why it's red. Those systems are already implemented to turn it red for all those cases, but like, for example, if I get tier 1 energy, which is the current requirement for this, this will turn green, and I'll be able to spawn it. But you didn't know that power was the issue. Now that I have power, it goes red because the timer is going. But you don't know that because you have no way of knowing the timer is why this thing is not allowing you to spawn a mongoose. So what I want to do is have some holograms on these things that'll actually inform you of what's going on with this. So this will go green in a second because the timer is up. And if I spawned 4 of these, it would stay red because it would say that there's too many on the map. I would want them, like, for right now, I would want it to just be green and say, like, it's ready to go. And then I press this, and I would want it to say, like, reloading or please wait or something like that, you know? And then if there's not enough energy, maybe I would show a little icon that has, like, no battery or, like, not enough energy is written on the hologram or something like that. So that's kind of what I want to do with this. That said, I did think of an interesting idea for this, all right? What I wanted to do is I wanted to go into Blender, and I wanted to make like a little hologram display for this that goes over it. And I wanted there to be like a bunch of different variants of this pedestal. And then for each one of these, like for example, this would be the mongoose variant. So it would have the mongoose screen on it. And then with the mongoose screen on it, it would obviously show a mongoose. But what I would do is the texture for it would have multiple frame indexes. It would be like multiple textures in a single texture. And then there's a really cool thing you can do in the shaders. Oh, I pressed every button on my keyboard. There's a cool thing you can do with the shaders. Let me find it on, like, for example, here in the fuel cell, what I could do is I could take like the illumination map, and, well, probably not the best example. How about this one? What I could do is take the illumination map, which there isn't one for this, but I could set the frame index on it, which lets me swap between multiple frames at any time. So if the power, let's say the position is at like 0.3, then it'll switch to frame index 1, which is when it doesn't have enough power. Or if this thing is on a timer, we'll set it to be 0.6 position value, which that would show a different frame index. And then like a solid negative frame index of 1 would let me show that there's like the final issue, which is that you don't have enough resources. You know what I mean? Like, so anyway, I kind of want to experiment with this. I feel like it's very doable, and I'm going to give it a try. So I'm going to go into Blender. I'm going to see how well I can cook with this. I can't guarantee it'll work perfectly, especially because gradient stuff like this doesn't have a tendency to be working phenomenally, but we'll find out. Could say pad occupied when there's a vehicle sitting on it. That's actually the only other use case I don't have accounted for right now. It's the only reason I'm not currently spamming the entire functionality of the vehicle pads around yet, but I would like to do that. Okay, I gotta open up my little button here. Where is it? Button station 2? Yes. Okay, here's the button station. And for the button station, what I want to do is I'm just going to make a little, for now, I'm going to keep it simple. Like really, really simple. Make a plane. And I'll make it like kind of rectangular. I'll move it up to roughly here. Try to get its angle to be reasonably correct. Kind of like there. Actually, wait, let me do one thing really quickly. I'm going to do it in object mode. That way I can like change it as well. So we'll go boom. I feel like that's probably big enough to give players an idea of like the status of it. Maybe I should make it more square actually, that way I just have more ability to show stuff. Okay, so there we go. That is our plane. And then now we have a texture for it already. I'm going to make one called, what are the other materials called on this? Button station. I'll do button station screen goose. But no, I'll do hollow goose. That'll be the name of it. So button station hollow goose is going to show the texture of the mongoose hologram on it. Make it kind of square and relatively large so you get the information. And then this will just be hollow goose. I'm going to make sure that this has its own region. I'm going to give it a brand new region that I'm going to call default hollow goose. And so what I can do now is I can create a bunch of these different holograms, and then all I have to do is change the variant. Kind of like switching between a regular warthog and a Gauss warthog. I could choose, oh, this is a button for the mongoose. Oh, this is a button for the scorpion. Oh, this is a pelican button. And I just change this variant, kind of like switching, like I said, between a regular warthog and a Gauss warthog. And it'll swap the screen instead of swapping a turret like it does on the hog. So I'm going to use that here. And I'm going to export this out. We do need to make a shader for it, but I think it should be like reasonably easy to do. Honestly, the only thing that'll be challenging here, in my opinion, is getting the, whatchamacallit, getting the texture imported, because I low-key forgot how to do multi-frame index texture importing, which is where you have like multiple textures in a single, texture file. It's not like super hard to do, I just totally forgot the command for it. So we'll have to figure that one out together. Alright, so we'll do our vehicle podium here, throw these in here, and then I'm just going to re-import our little vehicle podium. So this is the vehicle pad, we don't need that. Pad, podium, right here, let's get that back in. Alright, so there's our fucked up texture. Beautiful, lovely. I'm going to rotate it that way. These Blender planes are just like that. Beautiful. Alright. That was the wrong way, apparently. Try it one more time. This time for real. Planes fly. Dude, I'm flying. For how good it feels to be working on something this satisfying and this interesting. Alright, there we go. Our screen is now oriented correctly. Now we just got to make a quick material for it. So I'm going to make some textures in a minute. They'll be temporary textures, but they should be at least informative. We'll need 4 textures. We'll need a green ready to spawn texture, and we'll need 3 red, like, will not spawn textures. I feel strongly that this will work, so I'm going to go into Photoshop really quickly. We're going to design this, and then we're going to make a quick holographic texture for it. Bro, what is happening? We're doing some really cool shit that will change the game, man. It will change the game. We're making a custom game mode in Halo 3. You heard of the movie Iron Lung? Oh yeah, I watched it in theaters, dude. Iron Lung was crazy good. It was one of my favorite movies this year. Alright, here's the test we're gonna do. I'm gonna be really lame, and I'm gonna add like a super simple border around the edge. So we'll go like this. Actually, let's select all, and then we're gonna do contract by 15 pixels. Create a, oops, white square there. We'll select this. Contract by 10 pixels, so we get this kind of thin border, and then I'm just going to write some text here. We'll do, I guess, yeah, we'll just do this. We'll do goose, mongoose. I want roboto. I think the texture I probably want is, what's the name of the in-game texture? Isn't it roboto? It's not roboto, right? No, because that's the classic texture. Or classic font. Oh man, I've totally... Oh, it's conduit. Okay, I got it. I got it. So, mongoose. Again, this is a temporary texture, but I just want to make sure that this concept works. What did I miss? I'm doing the little holograms for the vehicle spawners. I'm going to test a system for this. We'll say mongoose available. And I'll make this bold. Or no, I'll make the mongoose text bold. This will be our beginning test here so that people will know. Let me save this out to a Photoshop file. So that's my YouTube thumbnails folder. Vehicle podium. Bitmaps. I'm going to call this one Hollow Goose. Alright, cool. So Hollow Goose, we have Mongoose available. And then for this will be like when it's green, and then I'll do another one. Actually, let me save this out to a TIFF. God, I've totally forgotten how to run this, but whatever. We'll do Hollow Goose 00. So that'll be the first one, and then duplicate this, hide that. This one will not say available, but I'll say no power. Or maybe need more power. Need power. We'll just put need power. And again, I'll make this look better later, but whatever. Hey Shotgun, how are you? I'm doing great, Renji. Hope you're doing good. I'm working on some interesting stuff right now. So need power. What? When the timer is going, maybe I'll just have it say please wait for when the timer is going. Goose 02. Please wait. And the last one will be out of max limit reached. Something like that. Or wait, let me just do you. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so there's all of our 3 use cases and our good one. Since I didn't do the transparency for this, but did I cry at the end of Iron Lung? No, I didn't cry at the end of Iron Lung. I just thought it was a phenomenally good movie. I was very, very pleasantly surprised because, you know, you don't always expect something like Iron Lung that's like an indie movie to be as good as it is, but I really, really enjoyed it, frankly. I will do plasma storage. I'm going to grab one of the hologram shaders here and see if I can do something with this. Oh, no, you know what actually would be the best possible texture for this, in my opinion, is the little hologram I used on the Lich. Let's do objects, vehicles, Lich. I forget the name of the shader for it, but there's like a podium shader. What did I call it? Was it plinth? Yeah, plinth hologram. And this is, what is it? Hollow goose. Cove, podium, hollow goose. Okay, sick. And while we're here, let's re-import this really quickly. It'll look super weird. It'll have the wrong texture, but we'll get there. Okay, that was the wrong button station hollow goose. Okay, we're getting somewhere. The drama about the main actor sleeping with the director's wife? Wild stuff. Did his wife direct it? What? You're talking about Iron Lung with fucking Markiplier? Is he married? Did his wife direct it? Markiplier was the actor and director. Oh my god, that's right, I forgot. I got confused. I was like, I swear he like did everything on it, but... Alright. So we do have a working hologram. Now we gotta get the... Oh my god. Why is it all white now? I don't think that was supposed to happen. Alright, well, let's nuke all of this for now. What is the... We'll just do this for now. Overlay tint, what is the function on this? And the function on this... Oh, it actually uses position for intensity. Cool. I didn't even mean for that to happen. Oops. Wrong shader, I renamed it. Self-illum color. I guess we could leave it like that for now. Layer depth goes between those. We'll leave that too. As for the overlay tint, that's fine. And then the intensity, 0 to 3 based on position. We'll just leave it at 1. Was it at 0 before? Oh, I guess it was. All right, anyway, so we have the texture. So in order to make this hologram look good, I have to remember how the fuck you import these materials. So I'm just gonna run tool here, which will give me all the names of the commands. I believe it is... Import bitmap folder as single tag. Import bitmap folder as single tag. Tool. Import bitmap folder as single tag. And then what I need to do is go to my bitmaps here. And I'm going to make a folder called Hollow Goose. Throw all these in here. And we're going to run that folder, which is objects, levels, multi, huge towers, objectives, vehicle, podium, bitmaps, hollow goose. There we go! They imported as interface bitmaps, which is not what I wanted actually, but whatever. So we have it now. They're all in. So we're going to go to our bitmaps folder for the vehicle podium. We're going to go Holo Goose bitmap. I'm going to set it from interface to diffuse, and then we're going to run it again. Awesome. Theoretically, maybe we're about to get something really cool to happen. So, self-illume color, blah, blah, blah. We have a diffuse map. We have the overlay map, which is that. I actually don't want that. And then this was the full color one, I presume. Yeah, okay, so that's the full color one. So we'll do this then. We'll go objects, levels. We're just going to go back into the folder that has it, which is here for the vehicle podium. And then we have our new bitmap here, which... Alright. My crappy hologram texture is showing. Incorrectly, I should say, but it is showing. And then, I guess for the overlay map, it would be the same, right? That wouldn't really change anything. I'll remove the overlay for now. And then overlay is additive. I'll just do none for the time being. And then self-illume color, self-illume intensity. Okay, that all seems fine. I'm going to switch it from this. We're going to do a simple curve. And I believe if we want to do it correctly, we got to do like this color here to red. And we're going to switch that to position. Like that, I believe. So it should be like a nice greenish cyan like that. And then what I'm going to do for the self-illume map is we're going to add a frame index for it, which is going to have a curve. So that because there's multiple textures that I shoved in there, we can use the position of the actual device itself to switch between the frame index. So at 1 is when it's off. And this is going to go 0 to 4. 1, 2, 3, 0 to 3. Max limit reach. And then we're going to do the color again. I think I just need to invert it. Oh, right. No, we do. I did do it wrong. We go boom, boom, boom. Okay. Sort of seems like it's working. It's got the wrong message displayed, but I have to work that out in the scripts. So we're going to capture this. We're going to see if we can get this to show green, and it should say available. Oh, look at that, dude. The hologram is reflecting the change. The crappy hologram, admittedly, but that's pretty sick. Then we hit E. So the error is not actually max limit reached, but it is saying that, which is interesting. I got a good feeling about this, man. This is actually kind of sick. Alright, the only thing we need to do is to tell the script to inform this button what the like error that it's having is, so that players can get that information more readily. So we already have this thing that is giving particular issues out. We have the conditions all set out here. All that we have is that it goes red on a specific, like we don't have any specifics for this. My script that switches these things between the green and red is pretty simple. And I'd like to keep it simple, but I'm going to see if I can come up with a clever solution for this. I think since I have it as a short, I have the option actually... Let's see, so right now we wait until the toggle is 1, which is, that's the variable that we use. Right now it just has it between 0 and 3. I could probably just nest some if statements in here to make it really simple. So right now, T-Goose Blue 0, 1 is true. Okay, so it's a Boolean right now, so we're just getting 0 and 1. I think I'm going to just transport T-Goose 0, 1 into a short. That way I can get multiple states out of it, rather than just on and off, red and green. So T-Goose 0, 1 is going to be transported to a short with a default value of 0. And then we're just going to edit those scripts really fast to not check for Boolean values. Time, so that's the timer. Blah, 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 time. So here we set T-Goose Blue 0, 1. If it says vehicle available, no. And this is for the timer being the last one. The order I have it set in was an order of priority, which was needs power, timer, max limit reached. So max limit reached would be 3. Thank you for the 5 coax. Appreciate
yes, my regularly scheduled background noise while I blend. How you doing, Rejected?
I'm doing good, coax. Thank you for the 5er. I'm implementing a new hologram system that'll inform players of the status of the vehicle pads. So far, I have it on a toggle, 0 and like on and then off, which just says max limit reached. And I'm gonna make the script slightly more complicated so that more information can be displayed for players. And then once that's set up, I'm just gonna make it so that I can just spam this around, because this is the only thing I need to do left. Literally all I have to do is just get this hologram set up, and then I can just fill the entire map with all of these and copy and paste my scripts everywhere. This is the final step here. So right now we set T goose 0 blue to false if it is, so we have 0, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna set it to 3 here. If vehicle available is yes, we're gonna set it to 0, which is going to be green. If not, this is going to say max limit reached. If the timer is the issue, we're going to set T goose 0 blue to 2. And if the if this is 1, I think we're good. Okay, so basically this script sleeps until this goes on. So T goose blue 0, 1 should be equal to 0, which means it's good. 0 is the good value. If it is at 0, we create the button, and we set the device group to 0, and when that's 0, it shows this texture. So that's working. Then we're going to do this thing where we sleep until it is not equal to 0. So if it's not equal to 0, that means there is some kind of issue. So when that happens, we do want to destroy the button, but we need to now, instead of just setting this to 1, which is going to say max limit reached, we need to be able to inform the player a little bit more specifically than that. In order to do that, I'm going to have to set the variables in a particular way. We got a ton of cubby hologram text. Do you want to try and cubbyify? Yes, please. If you could send it my way, that would be phenomenal. Right now, I have this temporary one just for informational purposes. Guys, I have really good news today. I just got a giant Korean corn dog. The bad news is I'm not sure if I'm hungry enough to eat all of this, but it looks fucking incredible. Oh my god. Show it? Did I not show it? Look at this thing, it's huge. It's like a giant mozzarella stick. Alright, we're going to run an if statement here. We're going to do this in order of priority. So, now we get to check the specific value of what it's set to, and once it's set to that, we're going to display the correct value onto the device itself, the hologram. If then we'll do this. If equals T goose 0, 1 blue 1, which is the 1 is not enough resources, then we'll do a very simple begin And we'll say device group set. Vehicle Goose 01 blue, and this is the actual podium that has the hologram. It's called Vehicle Goose 01 blue, and we're gonna set that to 0. We got 4 in total. So it's like 0. I'll have to experiment with how the numbers actually work, but for now I'm gonna do 0.26. That way it kind of like goes into that territory. I'm not sure where these start and stop, but that should just work. So that's going to check depending on what it is. It's going to set that device correctly. Then if it's 2, we're going to set it to 0.51. And if it's 3, we're going to set it to 0.76. So these should all slightly push over into the correct areas. And then before we were doing object destroy the button. I'm gonna hide these. I'm gonna keep it really quickly and then just see, because what is, we have, how did it work before? Hold on, let me go back in time really quickly before I wrote all this. There was nothing there. It just destroys the button and sets the button to Vehicle Goose 01 blue. Okay. Back into time. I'm going to hide these really quickly because I don't think we need these. Let's see what happens. I think I broke something, but we'll see. Okay, it says max limit reached, but that's the default. I don't have it set to anything else. Okay, we have the power. It's available. Let's do this. Okay, now it says need power. That's technically not correct, so I think it's working, but I have the values set wrong. How's it going? Hey, what up, Jay? I'm eating some food. I'm testing some holograms and stuff. Okay, so need power is definitely the incorrect one, so I'm going to presume I just need to up these values a little bit. But it is working. So every time I spawn one of these, it says needs power. Now when the timer is up, it should say a different error once the timer goes up. It should stay red, but the text will change. I think. So it says vehicle available now. Okay, so wait, which one is need power? Isn't that the first one? Yeah, need power is right there. So let me double check my work here. So before, what it was doing is it was checking if it was false, and then it would set this to 1, aka red. But now it's checking for its only possible values. Am I setting the wrong one? Is it called button? Okay, button goose 01 blue. What about the machine itself? What is it on? So yeah, the vehicle podium is vehicle goose 01 blue. Okay, so that's correct. We actually got it completely correct. So vehicle goose 01 blue, that's the podium, and it uses vehicle goose 01 blue there. Okay, perfect. And it is functioning still. Everything's still... Oh, I didn't compile scripts, did I? Do we have any errors? Nope, no errors. Alright, let's give it another try. Okay, so we have one error that says max limit reached. So that's interesting, that's good. That's technically incorrect, but it's not checking yet for the correct status. We don't have an initialization state yet. Okay, available. Need power. Okay, so I think it's still working correctly. But I'm going to edit the values in the shader itself. Because this is off by default. Well, I make the pads match the landing zone more aesthetically. Yeah, the pads right now are temporary. I tried to improve them, but I didn't really spend enough time on it. I didn't make it look good enough. So we have 0, which is available. Oh, I think I see where the error is happening. Let's try that. Available. Please wait. Oh my god, wait, the timer? That's the correct error. That's the correct message. It says please wait. And we have one available. Alright, let's blow this thing up. It should say need power after I blow this up. Oh, it's working! Let's go! We're getting the accurate error message updating in real time, dude. That's sick. But does it work for other players? It definitely should. This is baked into the shader itself that's tied to the device machine group. And device machine groups synchronize perfectly in multiplayer. They're the backbone of how I'm getting all this to synchronize in the first place. And this is using the same thing. Yo! Alright, it says please wait. I'm gonna spawn all 4 just to make sure the last error message works where all of them get spawned in. And then it should say max limit reached. Map is so bright. I'm gonna get a new skybox soon. I've just been so focused on this new system. Alright, so please wait. Quack says he has some textures for you. Yes! I need some good hologram textures. This is functional but ugly. It's good enough to make sure the system works, but not good enough for players. Alright, so now it should say max limit reached. If I did this right. Oh, it doesn't say max limit reached. That's the only issue it has. It says please wait still. Let me double check the bitmap. Make sure I got it right. We have available, needs power, please wait, and then max limit reached. So max limit reached 0, 1, 2, 3. Do I need to make it 4? Surely not. Right? Was max limit reached the last one? Okay, it is. So maybe it does need to be all the way to 4. I feel like that doesn't really make sense, but whatever. Let's give it a try. Please wait. Why wouldn't that be functioning? Because it should have set it to 1. Yeah, device group gets set to 1. So this puts it up over here. How much will the player understand resources and vehicle spawn costs? Can they check how many resources their team has in some way? Yes. It'll be announced by an announcer. I got the voice lines already in the game. I just need to actually add them into the scripts. And you'll also have these giant batteries behind your base that will signify what level you're at right now. So this is level 1. This is level 2. And this is level 3. And as you capture it, you'll hear Auntie Dot. She'll say the voice lines. She'll just read it out loud. And she'll be like, blue team has reached power level 2. And then if you don't have the power required to spawn something, it'll literally just say, needs power. Wait, this one defaults to max limit reached. That's correct. Oh, it's technically... How did it get to max limit reach? Oh, did they get inverted somehow? 6, 7... Because 0 should be green. So why does 1... What if I set it to 0.1? That doesn't really make sense, but I'll give it a try. No, 1 should work. Hold on, maybe I just didn't set it correctly up here. Vehicle available, no. Set it to 3. Otherwise, vehicle available. Yeah, that's completely correct. Did I just, like... Let me make sure I'm not having any script errors. No, it's all perfect. It's all very straightforward logic. Mainly coming in holoframes. I literally wanted that so bad a minute ago. I was just like, God, I could really, I could really use those. Oh, I should probably run scripts. Okay, let's just try this again. Speed up time so I can just skip through all this. Holy shit. Oh. So, timer yes, resources yes, vehicle available no. If it's set to 3... Oh, wait. I see what's happening. It's because it's doing a sleep until... It's refusing to update. I actually have this working perfectly. It's just refusing to update from one red state to another red state. Check your DMs? Sorry, I will in 1 second. I just need to figure out the remaining part of this logic real fast. So... It's going to only update from green to red and red to green. I can't really do a delta to check for a change in variable from one pass to the next as far as I know. I just want to make sure you saw it. Oh yeah, no, I'm like genuinely excited for it. I would way rather be working on that than this part, but it's gotta work. It's gotta work. So what could I do to make it... So right now it's just waiting for green to red. What up, Shaw? Holy crap, I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen you in chat. Welcome, welcome. What do I want with this? I was in yesterday's stream? Oh, my bad. I feel like I haven't seen you in chat. To be fair, I wasn't checking chat nearly as much as I needed to yesterday because I was doing pure scripting. We're going to do a lot less scripting today and a lot more fun and actually interesting stuff like this. Okay. The thing that it's checking for is from green to red. How do I check for red to red? I would want to check for a change in the variable itself, but I don't think I have that capability in Halo script. I could insert like a manual update. Maybe do more modeling and map placement? Yeah, I will shortly. I just need, once this is logicked out, then this whole setup is perfect. And then I can just start putting a bunch of vehicle podiums down, a bunch of vehicles, a bunch of batteries, and just hooking it all up. This is literally the last step. Foundationally, this is extremely simple and good. We end it by, we run this, we wait until it's green again. Is there, you know, I gotta look at the Halo script. I gotta see if there's a way to check if a variable has changed. I'm not seeing anything related to it here. Changes game speed, changes multiplayer map name. Maybe it's advanced techniques? Oh wait, this might be what I need. Hold on, I gotta think about the solution to this really quickly, but first, I'm gonna use the restroom very fast because it's hard to think. My top 5 movies, I'll answer right when I get back. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay. It's time for some logic. I think I unfortunately need to implement a new variable that will allow me to check when this changes. Because I looked through the Halo scripting documentation and I didn't see if there was anything that would allow me to do that. Yo, Mateus! Thank you for the 3. Appreciate it.
Why have you and Germa decided to stream at the same time for like the last week? Now I'm ultra stimulated with 2 simultaneous streams, Lamau.
Now listen, I love Germa. He's a great content creator, very talented, and deserves all the love in the world. But this stream is 10 times better than his, and you should stay here only. You should only support me because I'm evil and selfish. So have you considered that? Any of these on my campaign mod yet? Not yet. I'm not like super pressed on it. I would like to potentially incorporate some missions in it with stuff like this, with like capturing things and going around and like gaining stuff for, you know, your AI allies and stuff, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I'm just a little annoyed. I'm a little miffed, man. Because my sleep until's really robust, except for the fact that it only works on a toggle-based system. Works great for a toggle, but... I'm gonna say... The boss fight's gonna happen. I don't know. I haven't given it enough thought yet. Almost definitely there will be boss fights, but... probably like scarabs and maybe some other cool stuff like a guardian. It'd be sick to do a guardian boss fight. I was very inspired by the way Ruby did the Sentinel Enforcer boss fights in Halo 2 Rebalance when he was showing that off. I feel like that, but on like a slightly larger scale for the giant Sentinel Guardian accumulator would be kind of sick. Okay, we wait till it's green. What about it's red, but it's changed to... I don't want to be spamming this one. I could just spam this regularly. But I don't want to be spamming this constantly. It's really unoptimized to do that, frankly, and I feel like that would suck. Just to inform players of a hologram, this should be called specifically when this changes. Having just spam a sleep until a variable goes is a lot more optimized than spamming like 3 or 4 times per vehicle pad. Like, that sucks. Sleep until T equals blue equals 1, then we create it, and then it sets it to green, and then we wait until it is at some level of red. And that's the only time it changes. Perhaps I could switch it up to be 2 separate scripts and then just do it in 2 calls that are spamming constantly rather than 1. I don't necessarily want to be spamming device groups all the time. That could potentially cause desync issues. I could do like a lighter call. So if I copy this... and then just remove all this. That can be 1. And we can just do another one. Script continuous. Toggle 2 goose 01 blue. This can be status 2. Status 1. And then in this I could just put all that stuff I had from before, where we wait until it's red, and then maybe I could do this as a check. Is there any way I could optimize this? Because this will work. This will update correctly, but it's just very unoptimized. And I don't want to be spamming the red constantly if I can help it. Oh, wait. I think I know what to do. No, because that would be the... No, I'd have the same result. Okay, but this works, I guess. I don't love it. It's not optimized, but the error codes will update on this regularly. Okay, we got available. Please wait. And then we're just going to spam this and test it over and over. So game speed 10, so we can speed through this. And then now I can finally go look at Coax's DM and see the actually good, cool looking Covenant holograms. Okay, we should have one more after this we gotta do. There we go, max limit reached. Okay, so now it updates. So max limit reached is gonna be the lowest tier of potential error. So now if I blow this up, it should switch to say, needs power. There we go. Okay, we're cooking. Let's wait for this to respawn. So now we'll have the power, and then it'll say max limit reached. And then if I object destroy p goose blue 01, it clears up a spot, and we have one available. And then it'll say, please wait, as the... Okay, it works. Hologram done. It's not optimized. I wish I could optimize it further, but it's golden. I love it. It sounds like the fucking Vine boom when it goes and switches. Does it make a sound when I blow this up too? It went green. It made a good sound actually. Need power. Need power. Well, it works. All right, now I can look at Coax's sick-ass holograms now that this is functional. Hell yeah, dude. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to you. I gotta get my grandma a call. Let's see, what did Coax send over? Cove screens. Ooh. What do these look like? Oh, wait, there's so much good stuff here. Oh, there's so much good stuff here. Holy shit. Where did these even come from? Hello? These are phenomenal. How did you just get... You just grabbed all these? This is sick. I'm downloading the fuck out of these. I'm gonna make some cool-ass Covey screens with this. Alright, I got him. I snagged him. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. Grab that. Is it done downloading? It sure is. Put all of those into my temporary bitmaps folder. Make a folder called Cov Screens. Drag them all in. Oh. This is dope. Wait, you guys gotta see this. Look at these. Look at all these, dude. Hell yeah. Oh my god, bro. That's so sick. Some of them are low res if you need them upscaled. No, it's fine. These, I'm only using, I think, what's my texture size? I think I'm at like 512. Watched you first when I was 6, now I can drink alcohol. That makes me feel old. What the hell? Halo 5 Forge decals and holograms, very nice. I'm just glad that they're still using like the classic Covenant style. Like none of this feels out of place to me. Halo 5's Covenant holograms do not disappoint. These are pretty sick. They've got the same design language I'm used to seeing. Covenant symbols and language are all here and intact. Ooh, I want to use one of these frames. Is there a squared kind of frame I could... Ooh, wait, maybe this one, actually. This one might be kind of sick. Wait, how big is this one? Oh, it's perfect. We could have like the name here, or like roughly centered to the top quadrant, the top half. And then I would probably want to change the font of some kind. I want to have Cov hex tile sets. Ooh. Ooh. I might actually make some extra like floating holograms on top of it that I could like use to change for certain cases. That maybe I could like have them spin or rotate or something. That'd be kind of sick. Let me experiment with this first. I'll probably want to put icons for the vehicles rather than text, but I don't have any at the moment, so I would have to, like, stencil them out, and frankly, I'm not sure if I want to do that right now. Let's get the power back. We'll spawn one, and I'll see if I can stencil it. I lied when I say it. Okay, we update its physics so it's flat on the ground. And then we'll do like a nice side profile shot like that. Screenshot it. And then I'm going to take that screenshot into Photoshop, and I'm going to get a nice little outline to the best of my ability anyway. It's not going to be perfect, but it should be good enough for the sake of a small hologram. And I'll just do a little pen tool, a little pen tooling for a minute here. Use my imagination a little bit. Okay, then we go there to there. Another curve up to the side like that. Boom. No, boom. 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 Almost there. We'll just grab this shape here for like the center console bit. Down to here. Do a kind of a sharp bit here. Little back part. How do I come out to here, 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 here. Okay, we'll go like that. I think that should be a good outline. That's like our little mongoose vector. That seems pretty straightforward. That looks like the tread goose. Let me do layer. How do I just convert it to a smart layer? Do I just right click it? I always forget. Convert to smart object. There we go. Then we can hide the mongoose text. There's our lovely tread goose. You gotta painfully do that for every base vehicle? That's fine. It's not that many vehicles. And it really doesn't take all that long. I used to do this for every single thumbnail, so it's like, it's literally fine. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to do a little bit of stylization with this. I'm going to make its inner color overlay be kind of a dark gray like that. And then I'm going to give it a stroke of white. Like that. Instead of outside, I'll center it, so it looks a little nicer. There's our little tread goose. And let me see if there's any textures I can use for... Because what I would like to do is mark like a tier 1, 2, or 3 vehicle somehow. So that people can kind of know. Maybe like using one of these covenant icons potentially. Drag this in, because I kind of like this. Might need to just vectorize it real fast. But it might be kind of cool if I had like these little things. Maybe it would be better than that. Like a 1, 2, 3 star system? Exactly, yeah. I think some of these icons might work well. Which one would be good for this? Let me see, maybe there's more. These covenant symbols here. I don't know what this symbol is. Maybe I could do stars with this. I would definitely want this in here. Maybe like off to the side a little. And then I could place the stars kind of in this shape here. And then maybe, I suppose it could be a subtle thing. Let's do this. Image, size, this is 256. I'll make it 1024. So 4x it or whatever. And I'll just trace this. I'll make it have some like curvature to it, because I think covenant symbols aren't like rigid. Right? Are they rigid? No, they're kind of round. They've always been kind of round, so I'll do like boom, boom, a little bit of curvature there to there. A little bit of curvature there, to there, a little bit of curvature to there, and then how many pixels off am I? None. Grab that, transform, flip, hide. Okay, that could be our like star rating system potentially. Let's put this over here. This will be like a 1-star vehicle. Maybe I'll redraw this too. I'll try to do something a little creative here where I'll do like this to that. Then we'll take it down here. And over to here. Let's take it to the end. New layer. Actually, which one is this? Okay, it is this one. And then I'll just do a little stroke path with brush. Oh! I do want my brush to be solid. Go back, stroke the path. And then I will, taking a look at this, do a hard cut here. And then over here, there was kind of like this bulbous part at the end. It's a little smoother than that though. It was kind of like boom. And then I would take the color overlay of this and drop it down probably to like pretty low value, maybe like whatever the inside of that is. Ooh, wait, I have an idea. There's 2 different colors here. We have this brighter kind of outline and this like darker kind of center. I'll just copy that. Color overlay will be the darker of the 2. And then we can do an inner stroke of like 1 pixel. That'll be this color. I guess it's fine. Probably won't look too bad. Do I have anti-aliasing off, or does it just look like that? Oh, there's definitely aliasing. I guess it just looks like that. Now I'm gonna go back in time though, so before I edited it. I'll make my brush a little bit smaller. We'll do that again. Maybe a little smaller even. There we go. Okay. So we'd hide that. Delete our path. And we'll do the exact same thing again, but now that it's a little smaller, I should be able to make it look a little nicer, match a little bit better. We'll set our color overlay back to that, set our stroke back to that. Why is the size so large? Let's do center. Can we center it? I think it's too small for like a proper... What if I do a drop shadow? That might actually give me some better results. No, it seems to be about the same. Well, it's not ugly, I guess. So there's that. Wait, big brain. I know what to do. If I just do a color overlay stroke. Can I do subpixels? No. Ah! Whatever. I'll just do this then. Screw it. It doesn't look terrible. And then for our star system, make sure that this is a smart object. I'll put all 3 stars. Star 1, 2... Oh, they're kind of lopsided, aren't they? How are they lopsided? That would be a 3-star vehicle. I gotta let my cat in. Mush! Mush! Come on, buddy. Come on. Got a hologram stroke version for the star. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I like that. Hi, Mush. What's up, buddy? There's a good-ass idea. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, my mush, my mush. I love my kitty cats. No, you're so right. That was a genius idea. So for this, since it's gonna be a 1-star, we can do. And since I'm not using, I'm just using black and white for masking, I can literally just do color overlay. We'll do all black, and then we'll do a little stroke of center? Yeah, I guess we could just do center with that color. Hi, buddy. Copy that layer style. Paste that layer style. And for the first star, I'm going to do the same thing, but we will make it so this color overlay is a brighter color. A very bright color. A 1-star mongoose. Let's hide this ugly ass border I got on the outside here. 1-star mongoose. And then I need some kind of text. Right now I have the text that says available. Obviously we're going to need English text, as much as I would like to be able to put like Covenant text or something. This is border. Don't need this anymore. Border, available, delete mongoose. We have this overlay. What was the marker? Oh yeah, we don't need that anymore. Oh, speaking of which, I can actually get rid of some of this here. Boom, boom. Okay, let's. Hi, Mush. Dude, what? I'm busy, man. I love you. Come here. Why are you screaming? Why are you gonna be screaming, buddy? You know, I'll pick you up. You can come hang out with me, huh? You can come hang out with me. This will be our star container. So I gotta do this. I'm gonna do copy layer style. We'll disable the layer stuff. We will rasterize the layer. Hi, buddy. Hi, handsome boy, right on my screen. You're right on my screen. I can't see, buddy. No, not rasterize layer style. We need to convert. Oh, it's not a smart object, so I can actually. Never mind. I can do this. This is all I wanted to do. I just wanted to cut off the rounded bit. There we go. It's a very subtle thing, but I think it looks nice. Alright, so we have our very lovely one-star goose. The creature, yeah. One-star goose looks pretty good. It says available, but I don't really like this text. Honestly, this font just doesn't feel good. Like, obviously it needs to be English, but it's on light. What about regular? Regular looks a little better. It's just... the text is so bold. Oh, you know what, Mush? Come here. Look at that. You see outside? That's pretty cool, huh? You see outside? That's pretty cool, buddy. Yeah, look at all that. It's like TV for you, man. I feel like putting a cat up into the window is like giving a kid an iPad. All right, well, for the sake of even just seeing how this looks, I'm gonna export this out. Save it as a Photoshop document, and then I'm going to save this out to Goose01. Then we're going to rerun the command to get these files back in. Rerun the command. Ooh, wait, that looks really cool so far. I definitely think we could improve it even further, but that's nice. I think it needs a kind of opaque background, maybe. It's kind of hard to read, maybe because the map's so bright. That looks a lot better. Oh yeah, scan lines would definitely help. That's a good point. That already looks so much better, though. Holy crap. Dude, that's so sick. Shout out Coax for those fucking resources. This looks great. Can rolling Covey text? Yeah, I can add a bunch of stuff to this. I can do multiple, like, Covey screens, like, floating on top of it and stuff. That's really nice, though. Let's keep cooking with it, though. Let's keep cooking. We want to do... I know I can add a... Coax, thank you for the 5!
Check the drive link, added in EPs of the frame with the faded background.
Oh, is there more? Refreshing. I don't know what's new in here, but... Oh, did you send another one? I'm not sure what's new in it, but I can go in and spam replace everything if you updated some stuff. Oh yeah, these, you literally just added these touchscreen thingies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, wait, those you added earlier. I don't know what's new, but these look insanely useful. Oh yeah, you just added cover screen. Wait, EPS. Oh, those are going to be the EPS are vector files, right? I'm dumb. I can't do vectors. I'm a rasterized editor. Let's do... I'm going to add a simple additive overlay onto this. There should be some Covey scan lines. Or just regular scan lines. Let me search really quickly. Hold on. Raster files for life. I just get stuff at... Wait, scan lines custom... Okay, that's the Lich scan lines. Oh, this is from Reach. Wait, hold on. I found a scan line I might be able to use. Overlay tint. Goes over a time period. And I guess I would want to translate Y over a periodic slide. 0 to 1. Over like 4 seconds maybe. Let's see what that looks like. I guess it needs an intensity at least. Oh! It would be good if it was additive. Why is it not additive? Overlay additive. Multiply? Maybe I would scale the Y as well. A little too strong. What if I set the intensity to like 0.1? Does that have an effect? 5. Wow, wow, wow. Interesting, but definitely too powerful. I'll keep searching really quick. Hold on. Tags. Scan line. MGPNG the frame with a better background might work better. Oh, bet. I'll check it out. By Truth Hologram scan line. This might be it. Let's see. What does this look like? Oh, I think this is the one out. Oh, wait, it has a Voronoi noise in the alpha map. Huh? That's kind of nice. Subtle. What if I change it from multiply to additive? Nah. What about multiply and additive? Oh, no. Just multiply. We'll set the value to like 2. It's okay. Maybe if I make it faster. This is probably gonna be too fast. That's definitely too fast. It's subtle. I like that it's subtle. The jitteriness is a little off-putting. If I could make it have some more depth but not be as jittery. Oh, right, because it's actually just doing this. What if I just have it permanently? Layer contrast is 1. What if it's 0? Oh! Ooh, wait, now I can actually see the details on it. That's sick. Low-key, I feel like this thing might be too tall. Maybe I should shrink it. Yeah, that looks a lot better with the background more visible. Yeah, I'm gonna shrink the whole thing real fast. Should be easy. What's the scale of the armature right now? Armature scale is 1.5. Let's do 1.5. 2.5. That should hopefully be good. Oh, it's a bit better. Yeah, that looks cool, man. Let's refresh it. Oh, I gotta make the alternate versions. Otherwise, we have this as the super good-looking red one. Yeah, hell yeah, it looks so good. What's the 3 symbol thing? That's gonna be the tier of vehicle. So Mongoose is an energy tier 1 vehicle. I should probably have some kind of warning symbol for the red variant of this. We have max limit reached. Finalizing looking pretty dope. Dude, shout out Coax for this. This looks sick. He sent me a bunch of Halo 5 hologram resources that made this possible. Oh god, it looks terrible. But yeah, so let's, for the red one, I want to have some kind of like error warning-y thingy. Let's see, what do we have here? Bitmaps, cov screens. Maybe there's some kind of like warning type symbol I could throw on here that would like show that as like an error of sorts. You're gonna be able to toggle between vehicle selection. I'm gonna have multiple podiums. A podium for each type of vehicle, and there'll be multiple podiums per pad. I suppose I could just like have, I mean, maybe it being red is enough. No, it would be kind of cool if maybe I should have like a second layer atop it, because these holograms are usually multi-layered. Let me grab the power real quick and look at it again. Frankly, I think the Mongoose actual like inner color might be a bit too bright. I'm gonna darken that just a touch to like halfway. That way its outline is more visible. Okay, it's subtle, but I like that. Dude, that's so cool, man! It's such a tiny detail, but it looks good. Okay, so my thought for the little error is I could just do this. Where I could have a dedicated error hologram on it, where I would duplicate the panel here, and I would move it slightly atop like this, and I would give this one button station layer 2. And then I would make this a part of default, so it's always going to be there. And then the material again, it was button station. Oh, fuck. Was it Hollow Goose? And then this one be hollow layer 2, and then I would give it a new material called button station hollow layer 2. And now Basically, Covenant alphabet and supporter chat. Okay, W. Appreciate that. I could probably write out some stuff with it. So I'll put that in there, and then I'll copy the Goose shader and do Button Station Hollow Layer 2 as the name. Thank you for the 2, King Sitter. I appreciate it.
Symbols thing could be status of how many of that vehicle can be on the map for their team. Most players need symbols to show them that the mongoose is a low-tier vehicle. Oh no, is that a scorpion? Oh, ow, ow, ow.
I think it would probably just there's probably a way in which I could show just how many vehicles are available at a time, realistically, as like an additive hologram. But people are going to know anyway if it's not allowed to be spawned in, because it'll say specifically too many vehicles spawned in. I do like that. I don't know if I want a whole other script just for... It's possible, but it would just, it would become a lot more complicated for a very simple addition. A great suggestion. I would love to add it, but I don't want to overcomplicate this already rather complicated system. Like this vehicle management, do mongoose blue. All of this is for the mongoose spawner alone. And I'm going to have one mongoose spawner per team, plus a warthog spawner, plus a falcon spawner, plus a skiff spawner, plus a scorpion spawner, plus a phantom spawner, plus a pelican spawner, plus a scorpion spawner, or a mega mantis spawner per team, which is going to be a lot. Thankfully, I mean, it's 11:03 to 12:27. It's like a little over 100 lines for one vehicle spawner, which like is not that bad. That's not that bad. Called optimize the hell out of it. It probably could be optimized a little more. I feel like I've done a reasonably good job, but honestly, it would be a lot easier if I was doing this in campaign. This script could be way more optimized if I was doing this in campaign. All right, but we have the layer 2 now, so I'm gonna re-import this. So it'll look weird for a second, because we'll actually have 2 holograms, one on top of the other. But what I'm gonna do is for the second layer is I'm gonna make a. I'm gonna do. Let's put all of this into. Boom. This will be layer 1. And I'll make a new group for layer 2. And layer 2. I want to have, where was it? I think it was at the bottom. It was near the bottom, if I recall. Where was it? Oh wait, this could be kind of cool. Hold up. What if I added like one of these off to the side? Just for fun. Just to have it floating there. Those could look cool. Let me just do a hue saturation, no saturation for this one, and this one as well. That way they can just be on like a second layer, just like doing whatever. Kind of looking cool and popping out a little bit. And then if I hide layer 1 and then we actually utilize it, I wanted to, there was like a little thing I wanted to do where it like kind of points at it. Oh, this one right here. Kind of like that. Maybe in layer 2. We hide layer 1. I could kind of just like show on top of it there's an error. And then I would have 2 possible versions of this texture for layer 2, where it would be like just the side bits, and then another one with this thingy, or this thingy. Yeah, I should duplicate this, make it a little brighter. Merge those. Hopefully it doesn't look too bad, but as a hologram shader, I feel like it shouldn't look too bad. Hue saturation, saturation 0. Okay, this might actually be kind of sick. Let me try this out. This won't actually do like a ton for this specifically, but I'm saving it out. We have Hollow Goose, and now we'll have Hollow Layer 2. So we're going to have the following. We're going to do Hollow Layer 2, 0, 0. Or wait. Now this will be Hollow Layer 2, 0, 0. And this will be Hollow Layer 2, 0, 1. And then we'll import this. And then we're just going to switch it to not be an interface type bitmap. So we'll open the texture, we'll set it to a diffuse texture, and then we'll run the command again. So now we have that. And then we just switch it out on the layer 2 shader. So right now it's using Hollow Goose. We want Hollow Layer 2. There we go. Now it's got like a little bit of extra depth to it. Oh, it has a little cutoff. Maybe if I clamp it. Self-illum mode, clamp. There we go. It's a little better. That's kind of sick. They kind of like float off above it, adding a little bit of extra depth to it. Since they're a little smaller, maybe I could even reduce the amount of like holographic scanline depth they have, which right now is 0.65. I'm going to do 0.35 to 0.4. See how that looks. A little nicer, a little more flat. That's pretty cool. And then obviously they'll switch to layer 2 when this is in the red, which they did not. Let me adjust the frame values. With this, it goes 0 to 1. There, that should do it. There we go. Okay. Oh, it is a little blurry. So red has it showing that little thingy above it. And so that little middle part right there should disappear when it goes green. It did. Alright, it works. It's pretty sick. That red thingy appears. Nice. Okay, so now we just gotta make the error versions of it. Which actually shouldn't be too hard. So we'll go back to layer 1 here. Save this back out to our Photoshop file. So with available, now I'm going to have the text change. Projected campaign would be sick. One day. So instead of available, we need it to say maybe like not enough power. Not enough energy. I could just put not enough power, I guess. Let me switch it. Oh, low power. Well, low power, low energy. I feel like not enough power. Is that too much? If I put low power, are people gonna know? Low power seems a little slightly more vague than not enough power, but I do like the sound of it. Just trying to save some space. Yeah. Or maybe power required? Tier 1 required. Insufficient power. That's good. Insufficient power. That's better. I like that. Scale it down ever so slightly. Sick. And then the please wait, or when it's respawning and the timer is going. I feel like please wait makes sense for that one. It's literally just like letting you know, oh, there's like a timer going, and if you just wait, you know. Have it on the way with a rotating cycle. It's not a bad idea. I could definitely add something custom for the timer. I don't know if I can have something rotate. You can't really do a rotating texture. You can do like a sliding texture, but I don't think you can rotate textures. I could put a progress bar that's like sliding by, that's just like doing like a little progress, like sliding, and then it just keeps going and going. That's not a bad idea. I like that. We could try that. Anyway, this one should be good for please wait. I could just have like a little loading bar on the second layer, like another extra hologram bit that I can just throw on the model. So we have please wait, and then what was the last one? It was, it's like for the maximum number on the map of what I think I put max limit before. I wrote max limit, or maybe limit reached. Limit reached maximum allowed. Max. Maximum. Maximum reached? Max units reached. Oh, that's a good one. Let's give it a little look in game, see how it's going. Ooh. Honestly, it might be a little too red. Maybe I should make it lighter. It looks so cool, though. That's such a nice hologram. Please wait, I want you to be yellow instead of red. No, I totally agree with you. I'm just not sure if I can switch between multiple colors like that. Halo 3 has a really big problem with a triple color setup. Oh wait, what if it's like in between? Hold on. You actually just gave me. I was thinking about this the other day. What if I still use two colors, but Where's the please wait? Please wait is a timer. So resources, then timer, then vehicle available. So if I recall correctly... Wait, not this. Don't save this. I need button station hollow goose. Oh, that was it, yeah. So it goes to green, it goes to red right after it hits that point. Then what I need to do, I think, is limit reach would be at 0.33. So this is 10 blocks wide, 10 blocks long. So I would need to go like here. And then I would need another one. I don't know if I have enough points for this, actually. Oh, I don't. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I can't do that idea. I would have to like rework the whole thing. It'll be red when it says please wait. But maybe what I could do is I could have like a green bar over it or like a yellow bar. Delete the last point? I can't. It's hard-coded in there. I could put a bar though. I think having a bar that's like green would let you know, or like a, you know, some kind of bar that'll just kind of be there. It's like going zoom, zoom, zoom. I'll do that real quick. Hollow layer 2, and then I'll make another hologram on the same layer, though, on the same layer. And this will be hollow bar. And then I'll make a new hologram for it called hollow, or button station hollow bar. And this one will be also on default because every single one will need this. Every single one's going to need a progress bar. And then for the shaders, I'll take the layer 2 and do hollow bar with it. So this will temporarily double that one up. And then all we got to do, though, is design a bar here, and then we can just have it do like a little loading thingy. Let's make a new group bar. And then let's look through the bitmap, see if anything there resembles a progress bar that we could use, or get at least some inspiration from it, at the very least there. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff that could be like a sort of progress bar. I wish I could have this. I would put a little rotating one of these on there that I could. There's a lot of good ones here, actually. None of these are bad. The one I think that sticks out the most to me as being like actually really good for a progress bar was... where was I? Just saw it. Dude, there's not even that many files in this folder. How did I just lose this? Oh, here. This one. Oh, it's a little blurry. That's a shame. By using the shield bar, DMD the PNGs for it? Oh? Oh, these are ripped directly out of the game. I think if I... Unfortunately, those are set up in a color type that is very specific to the shield. I could just make my own based off of this one, I suppose. Oh, wait, why don't I just do this? Hold on, I have an idea. I'm gonna grab this one really quickly. Rotate it until this is flat. I'm gonna scale it up. Oh! Here's my idea. Do this to this. Actually, wait, let me make it way longer. I mean, I can stack them. Never mind. So I do this, this, this. I just drag it over to here. Roughly. Here's the idea. I'll make my own bar based on this one pretty straightforwardly. We'll go here. I'll make the overall shape of it by going like that. Merge these two together. Flip them. Get that nice, like, covenant sharp bar shape. The angles aren't perfect, but it'll do. And now that I have a bar, I will do... I'll make it centered, first of all. Actually, wait, let me double check where the text is for these weight. Yeah, I can put the bar down here, potentially. Actually, no, I should put it here, aside the stars. This is like a really good spot for it. There's a bunch of empty space specifically for this. And for this, I'll get rid of that. Well, no, I'll keep it for reference, actually. Okay, anyway, I'll make this bar outline. Hide it, duplicate it. And what I'm going to do is select all the pixels. I'm going to contrast, or modify, contract by 4? I feel like that's too much. Select, modify, contract by 2. Okay, yeah. Then we delete that. That gives us a nice little outline there. And then I'll duplicate the backup I made. And I'll put it up here. And I'll take this and I'll select, modify. We'll contract this one by, I'll try 3. I'll do 4. I'll do 4. Boom. So now we can see the outline plus the inner part here. And then this is the, I think realistically this would be like the only thing I want for this one. Except I'd probably make this one a lot darker than the outline. Like the outline should probably be pretty bright. So I'm going to say maybe like 75% brightness on that. And then for the bar. And the bar will like get this glowy overlay onto it. So it'll have a default like fairly dark color like this, but it'll have like an effect going wow wow like right over it. Okay, so that looks pretty good actually. I think we can probably just delete that. Save that, and then I don't even need to do like anything special for the bar. It doesn't need to be like a multi-PN or a multi-image thing. We'll literally just have this, and there will be 2 images, but it'll be a lot easier. We'll do excuse me. We'll delete these for now. We don't need these anymore. And I'll call this hollow bar. And then I'll hide the outline and I'll call this hollow bar mask. And then we'll save this back to the PSD so I don't scream and cry and lose everything. And then ideally it'll look like really cool and have like a multi-layer setup going on with like all this stuff. Okay, now that we got all that, let me make sure I made the bar shader. I don't think I did. Oh, I did. So we're going to re-import, just in case I haven't already. So now, you can't really tell, but there's a double layered thing going on. Then, and then, what you're making, sir? A very cool hologram. Shout out Coax for providing me with such dope-ass Covenant hologram textures. Okay, now we edit the hologram shader to use... Oh, and we gotta import as well. It's very dynamic. I'm adding a little loading bar to it. Okay, hollow bar and hollow bar mask, they exist now. So we're gonna take our hollow bar. I'm what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch the illumination map to be, as you might guess, the hollow bar. And I think we need... not that. Stuff illumination is multi-layer additive. We want multiply and additive detail? See what that looks like. Oh god. Let's just do multiply for now. And then for the overlay map, so now we have our like progress bar, which is there. It is technically working. But that's not the effect that I want it to have. Also, wait, what if I set the intensity to 0? Does it disappear? It does. Perfect. So, I'm gonna set it to 4. 4 might actually be it. Okay, so all I'm gonna do for this then, for the color, I feel like the color of the bar should always be green. So I'm just gonna do this and cheat the system, and then that's fine. That's fine. Layer depth is fine. Frame index. This doesn't even have a frame index thing going on, so I'm just gonna get rid of that. And then lastly, this is where the fun comes in. We do the illumination intensity, where it's going to be a curve of 0 to 4 on position. But this is where the creative part comes in. We need this to only pop up when the timer is on, which is when we set it to value 0.67. And then it'll end before 1. So 0.67 ends up roughly 1/3, which I'm going to say is going to be about here. And then we'll add a last point here before it gets to 1. So yeah, it shouldn't appear here. We get please wait. I really wish it wouldn't go red on please wait, but it is letting you know. Maybe I should change the color off of green. The bar, and the bar doesn't have that loading effect that I was really hoping it would have. I'll have to... Let me make sure it doesn't show up when I run out of power either. Awesome, yeah, the loading bar only pops up when the timer is running, so that's a good way of, like, informing players. But the green on the blue just doesn't look very good to me, if I'm being honest. Is this first-person Halo Wars now? It's sort of like that. Look how cool this is, though. This looks sick. It was raining so hard I literally couldn't see while driving. Like, damn. I hate that. There's nothing more terrifying than just, like, being in the rain and you have, like, 10 feet of visibility in front of you and you're going on a road like 60. I hate that. Try to make it yellow and black bars. Well, I guess at the very least I need some kind of vertical scan line, so let me make a texture for that really fast. Dum, da, dum. Go from here to roughly there. We'll go black to black. And at 50 in the center, we'll go white. And I'll bring this up to, let's do 25. 25. Go to 75. And this will be like our scan line as like the bar is pulsing to kind of inform players that there's something kind of in progress happening. And then we can adjust the color after. We'll save this to a file, I'll call it scanline. Vertical, and then we'll run the bitmaps command to get that in, and then on the shader we can now use scanline vertical as our overlay map instead of the one we have now, which is objects, scanline vertical, and then instead of translating it on the y-axis, we'll translate it on the x-axis, which will move it left to right. which should look pretty cool. All we gotta do is set it to periodic, 0 to 1 on a slide, and then the time period for that, we could do like 1 second. See how that looks? That's kind of cool. But it's going the wrong way. Cool. Quite a big platform for such a small vehicle. This is also going to spawn warthogs and potentially some other vehicles, but you right. I don't know. What do you guys think about the green? Maybe I should make it like blue or something. The green's not offensive when it's just kind of doing like a pulse like that. Orange. We'll try orange. It's okay. It's not bad. I kind of want to remove the circle in the background from the actual button in the back. I don't know if I love it. Reminds the Halo 4 Covenant terminals? No! That can never be green. Not if it reminds you of Halo 4. Oh wait, what if I did purple? This might be kind of whack. But purple is kind of like an energy color in this setup. Probably will look bad, but I'll try it anyway. Yeah, it doesn't look great. What other colors do we have? All of the colors? We have every color in the whole universe? What about blue? Blue actually doesn't look as bad as I thought. Scrolls too fast? No, I think it's good. Nah, if it's gonna be blue, it might as well be green. I'm gonna try yellow. Like a slightly orangish yellow. That's kind of cool. It's a little too yellow, though. Maybe the orange was the move. Magenta or pinkish red? That's a good suggestion. Let's see. The orangish yellow isn't like offensively bad or anything. Let me go back to green real quick. I kind of like the green to be... No. No colors look good. You know what? Fuck it. Red. No, the red is like, it just blends in with everything else. White? I guess we could try white. Nah. I don't like, and I think the best result so far was the orange. I do think the orange was the best looking one so far. Wait, what if the bar was there and it was red, but wherever it pulsed, it turned slightly green on that area? I could do that. I'm gonna try that real quick. Thank you for the 2 turbos, I appreciate
Try
it.
black. Once you go black, you never go back.
That's such a good idea. Thank you for the 2. Oops, I ran out of Mongai to spawn. Give me power. That didn't work quite as I was hoping it would. Actually, a more muted color doesn't hurt, but that's definitely not what I was hoping would happen. Why doesn't it turn green? The overlay should be very green. Shouldn't this turn green? Oh, maybe it's because it's not additive? Well, it would be doing a cool green scan if I actually had proper transparency on it, I suppose. Let me just open the bar. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to take all the bar, merge, layers, copy, go back, add an alpha channel, put it in there. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Add a black background. Merge all three of these. Copy those pixels, undo. Go to the alpha channel and paste that in. Theoretically, this fixes the alpha issue. Oh! Am I being, like, dumb here and misunderstanding something? It's multi-layer additive. The problem with the alpha issue is that you're not an alpha, you need to be a beta, and you're a beta, and you need to be a sigma. I'm gonna disagree with you there. Okay, first of all. Okay, well, my color idea doesn't work. It's just going to be a bar, and I'm just not going to think about it. Congrats to us. It's a green bar. No freaking way, dude. That's amazing. This is next level modding, to be honest. I guess. It just looks fancy is really what it is. I can't believe this works though in multiplayer still. I keep saying that, but like, holy shit, this is kind of insane. Sick. Getting skills. I've always had mad skills. Why did you think it wouldn't work? Because script. I'm using campaign style scripts in multiplayer. These should not reasonably work. I mean, that's kind of nice. From a distance, you can kind of see when something's respawning by the little green bar on it. And now max units are reached. Unlucky. See, what's kind of nice about the green bar, and why I think I'm going to keep it green, is like, if something's all red, if you like are looking around for a vehicle spawn or something, and you see it's all red, that's just red. You either don't have enough power, or there's too many of them on the map. You're not getting one. But if you see a green bar, then you know that it's in the process of respawning, and it might actually be worth waiting for. Be like, oh, you know what, this thing's respawning right now, I can wait a second to grab one, because this is the vehicle I really am determined to get. This is peak. This looks so cool! Coax, thank you for sending me these holograms. I was planning on making them myself, and they would have looked way worse than these actual, like, Halo hologram assets. Gyarados, thank you for the 5!
Law-wise, UNSC wouldn't use that color. Purple is the Covenant color, and you can't call vehicles until Halo Infinite. I'm calling Bill Gates.
Yeah, well, I'm just evil, okay? And I do whatever I want because I'm a rebel. Crazy like that. Better watch out. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just really enjoying watching the animation play, to be honest with you guys. Like, that's all I'm doing in this moment. It's just so satisfying to watch. Another one. Microsoft, they would charge $199 per vehicle. I was actually about to make a joke like that. Oh, guys, I gotta re-up my credits. I ran out. I gotta put my credit card info in real quick. Gyarados, thank you for the 2!
Chief, get in quick. Chief Hakul hologram.
Even with the, like, English text, it still looks pretty dang good. It's pretty sick. Oh. Okay, I suppose we're at the point now where I could just, I could probably just start making other vehicles. I think this is good. It's kind of fucking sick. Still natural spawning vehicles? None as of right now, and I'm probably going to keep it that way. For now. I'll potentially change my mind on that, depending on how all this works, but I think it should be fine. Okay, I kind of want to try the Pelican spawner now. Because I already placed one earlier, and I just kind of want to do that, frankly. Okay, the scripts are solid. The should, keyword should, be pretty easy. Let me look at my device group. So each pad, each device or vehicle spawner is going to have 2 groups, the button and the vehicle. So make a new, and the button starts at 0, vehicle starts at 1, so it's off. Don't want to wait in line in Halo. Yeah, that's fair, but I'm going to make it so that the respawn timers on these vehicles are going to be reduced from the natural respawn time of Halo 3, because The benefit of doing it this way, and you won't really have to wait in line, is like normally if there's a vehicle here and somebody has taken it, that shit's gone, okay? And there's going to be multiple pads per, so there's going to be like a warthog spawner, a mongoose spawner, etc., etc. And you can just kind of grab whatever is available, and the cool part is, because these all spawn here, the spawn timers are going to be less than usual. Like if you got to wait 30 seconds for a warthog to respawn, I can cut that down to like 15 seconds and it'll be fine, because you can have a bunch of warthogs on the map and it's not a big deal. So most of the time, you're going to have way more vehicles. You really shouldn't be waiting for a vehicle at any time unless you're like super determined to get like a Mega Mantis or something, you know? What shoulder piece do I use on my Spartan? I think I use Recon. Alright, we're going to do another one. This is going to be Button. Pelican 01 blue. Initial value is 0. Then we're going to do another instance, which is Vehicle, Pelican 01 blue. Okay, now that we have the device groups, I'm going to grab the podium from the mongoose. I'm going to place it right here for the Pelican. And it should have the exact same settings as before that I have. Yeah, looks good. The only other thing I need to do is grab the control switch for spawning the mongoose, which was button, Pelican, blue. Is it Pelican 01 blue? Button Goose 01 blue, button Pelican 01 blue. Vehicle Goose 01 blue, and this one will be Vehicle Pelican 01 blue. Okay. So I'm about to find out how long it's going to take to hook up a brand new vehicle spawner. Okay, so we're save that. We actually have to make a new button item really quickly, which we'll only have to do this once per team, but so it's not a huge deal. But in my... This is my data folder, hold on. In my switches folder, right here, we have spawn mongoose. I'm going to make a new one called spawn pelican. So our spawn pelican is going to use a string called device spawn pelican. I'm going to go into my strings folder to write that one in. It's going to be a HUD message that looks like this. Device spawn goose. Device spawn pelican. I think I'm actually going to change tread goose to mongoose, and then people will just kind of understand that the mongoose has treads. Save that. Let's run this to get our text in. Tool, strings, UI, HUD. That's done. We're going to add that into the map now. Our spawn pelican. And we'll switch out this little mongoose spawner here for a pelican spawner. Make sure our machine is also here. So even though it shows a mongoose, it should say... Oh, it's not... It doesn't pop up by default, but there it is. Yo, green! Dude, look at this. I came up with a system for like a hologram that will show you the exact problem that the device is having, as well as like a loading bar and stuff. So I have insufficient power right now. So we grab our power. Now it's available, and then I spawn one, and it creates like a loading bar, and it says, please wait while the next one is available to spawn in. And then when I spawn in too many, it'll just say max limit reached and wait. %1 chance for doesn't want to. You just hear Auntie Doc come on the radio and just be like, nah. I don't really feel like it. And then that's just what you gotta deal with. That's life. This is the last one I can spawn in because I have a manual limit of 4 set for the tread gooses. Wait for it. Max units reached. I can't spawn anymore unless I manually delete one like this, in which case one becomes available. And it just works. Are you going to do the weapon version of this? I believe so. For now, I'm going to leave the weapons just kind of around, like the old way, but at some point I'm probably going to create a weapon system for this. Alright, for the Pelican, this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting. I need to get a cool side view of the Pelican real quick, so that I can take a screenshot and make the little outline of it. Let's do like that. Screenshotted. And then... gotta close a bunch of my Photoshop stuff so I stop like blowing up. Okay, and then we'll make our Pelican icon here. It can't detect mongoose art in the map by Forge, can it? No, just what it's spawned with. Okay, one there, nice little round shape there, down to here. Boom. 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 Alright, there's our Pelican. Done and done. So mongoose, copy layer style. Pelican, paste layer style. Wish it was not smaller than the fucking mongoose, but I guess it is what it is. It's a big vehicle. Where's the lobby? You know, you're right. You know, I gotta set one up then. It's on me. And for this, I gotta redo my star system here. So we have star 1. This will be star 2. Empty. Star 3. Empty. I'm gonna duplicate them. This star 2. Star 3. Copy that. Paste. Paste. And we'll move star 2 and 3 empty below these and hide them. So there's our 3-star Pelican spawner icon. Thought it was a tank for a second. Yeah, alright. Do you wonder if one team is max power and the other one isn't? Is going to end up being super one-sided? I don't think it will, but we'll find out. We'll experiment and find a good way to balance it. It's also really easy to get more power. So, like, low-key, if the other team is stomping you with better vehicles, that really just means you're not going out and you're not collecting power and you're just kind of fucking yourself over. Like, that's just a skill issue at that point. Alright, we're going to do a new folder, Holo Pelican. Holo Pelican 0, 0. Insufficient power should be the next one. Use weight should be the next one. And then max units reached should be the last one. Now we're going to do tools, bitmaps, vehicle podium, Holo Pelican. We'll fix its textures real fast. Switch it to be a diffuse type texture and then re-import it. Now I'm just going to go into here on the button station. Right now we have Holo Goose. We're going to make another one for Pelican. We're going to give it a region for that, Holo Pelican. Save that. Now we actually have to set up regions for this thing as well. So here's our updated one that now has Pelican stuff for it. We will bulk import it to our podium. Before I import it, actually, I'm going to add the new region. So we have default. We're going to add a new region called Holo Goose. Default probability is 1. Or no, wait. That's not what I want. Holo Goose probability 0. And then maybe it would work if I duplicate it. Pelican. Holo Pelican. Probability 1. Hopefully the other ones just don't overlap for no good reason. I don't think they're overlapping, so I think it's good. Now all I have to do is just give the Pelican shader, the Pelican image, and then I think it's chilling. We go for our shaders, Holo Pelican. Holo Pelican. Oh, it is overlapping, so I need to do it for every single one. Oh, okay, fine. Default Holo Goose is 1. Holo Pelican is 0. Damn. I might as well just wait until the last possible second to do this, but I want it set up now, so I'm going to do it this way. Holo Pelican is 1 on this, and Holo Goose is 0. There we go. That still didn't work. Alright, well, Why? Oh, because I don't have their variant set. Duh. Okay. Variant. Goose. We'll have default region with permutation. Default. Probability of 1. I will also give it the hollow goose region. I'll make sure that's correct. Default hollow goose. Yep. For the Pelican one, it'll be the same, but it'll have the hollow Pelican region. I'm gonna do it. Why isn't it working? Is this one working? No, they're both the same. Doesn't the Pelican on top of the Tread Goose look menacing? I guess. Why doesn't that work? The variants aren't really that complicated. Oh, maybe that's why. I did set it up right, but that didn't fix it. Oh. Variants should definitely work on this. Let me see. A little test one over here. Vehicle podium. What's its variant? It's got variant name Goose. Doesn't switch no matter what region adjustments I make, it seems. Hollow bar, default goose is hollow goose. Pelican is hollow pelican. This is correct. It is set up properly. What could be the issue? Hollow pelican, default probability 1. It should theoretically be like flashing a bunch as well. If I duplicate this and do hollow pelican here with a probability of 0, and then do the inverse over here where hollow goose is here with a probability of 0, that should be like a guaranteed fix. But nonetheless, it doesn't really seem to care. Let me just see. There's a small possibility that'll make me sad that I have to do a bunch of these. Oh! These should not be rendering at all. What the fuck, man? If I say, here's a region, don't render it, it shouldn't be rendering. Does it need a, like a... If I give it an invalid... What do I write? Guh. Oh, there we go. I set the probability to 0, though. I'll just put none for that. Duplicate it for the Pelican. That Holo Pelican to default at 1, and Goose to none at 0. That's weird. But hey, it works. We got our Goose one, we got our Pelican one. Looks decent. 3-star Pelican spawner. Okay, just working out a couple issues. So now for our Pelican spawner, I theoretically can just kind of set everything up and let it run. Guess I'll give it a try. We'll take our Pelican, make it not spawn automatically. That is P Pelican01 blue. But theoretically, this is pretty straightforward, but let's take a look. So here we have the timer variable for the spawn time. Here we have the toggle, the state for what the error code is, and here we have the check after the timer is good. So we're going to copy these. That's going to be for the blue goose. Time Pelican01 blue. Time toggle Pelican01 blue. And vehicle Pelican blue available. Hopefully that's not too long of a variable. Sometimes you're only allowed to have a certain amount of length to these strings. Oh god, a giant storm is coming. Okay, now that I have my global set up for this, it should be as easy as copying and pasting the Mongoose Blue section and just renaming all relevant variables. So let's see. Pelican Blue. Let's do it. So timer, Pelican01 blue. We're going to sleep until we get the button for Pelican01 blue. Wait, I can just replace Goose with Pelican like a zillion times. Oh, actually, since there's only going to be one Pelican per team, I don't even need this AND statement and all this extra crap here. So I can just do that. Find next. Replace, 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 sleep until replace. The name of the Pelican is P Pelican01 blue. Perfect. I'm pretty sure this is how easy it is. There's the button logic. And then I don't have to do vehicle 2 through whatever. And then I can just find next, replace, replace. There's probably going to be some kind of errors here, because I probably misnamed something, or something has a name that's too long, or something like that. So let's turn on errors, find out really quickly which ones need fixing, and then we'll get it going again. Not a valid object name, P Pelican Blue 01. Okay, what is it? P Pelican Blue 01. Let's compile again. Oh, it just worked. Well, shit. Say less. Alright, our Pelican here is hooked up. It's giving the proper error. It's just letting us know we have insufficient power currently. Let's go grab some power. Oh my god, I just rammed into it and it fucking blew up. Oh my god, the Pelican spawner's on. Pelican's available. Okay, well I spawned it, but the Pelican itself didn't spawn. So that's a little unlucky. Well, let's at least wait for the timer to go down and we'll see. Yeah. Pelican's back and available. It says vehicle available, yes, because the fucking Pelican doesn't even exist. What are you doing down there, buddy? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do, Mike? No, man. What are you doing, bud? Okay, well, the logic of the entire Pelican system is awesome. It's not actually spawning the Pelican. Probably because I went from a multi-tier vehicle to a vehicle that can only be spawned one time, would be my presumption. So there's the Pelican blue. Let's see. With a button, object, get health, P Pelican blue 01. So we have that. What are you doing down there, little man? Hi, buddy. How'd you even get in here? How'd you even get in here, buddy? So vehicle available, no, blah, blah, blah. So then we do this, device group set, everything just kind of works. We get the status for the button enabled. Then we sleep until this. This is where the actual spawning happens. If it doesn't exist and the Pelican available is true, then we do object create P Pelican blue 01. And we set it back to false. I don't even think we need a sleep 1, frankly. And then we set the timer. And then we sleep until the button goes green again. That definitely should have worked. Unless I don't have the Pelican. Not automatically. Create at rest. Unique spawn 31,000 seconds. Yeah, everything should be good. Let's just try it again. Maybe there's some kind of weird error. I don't know. Let me cheat and give myself power. I'll give us power tier 3. Why isn't it spawning the Pelican, man? Have you considered spawning the Pelican? Everything else is working except we don't get a motherfucking Pelican. What is the Warden boss fight? Great question. I'm so glad you asked. That's my #1 priority right now. Why would it not... Why would it not spawn? I gotta remove the debug text from here because I don't need this anymore. I got the very robust spawning system working, and this print stuff is clogging up my entire menu. Let me double check I had no errors. It said it was perfect, which I believe it. It was a really easy, like, copy and paste job for this. Oh, I think I know what's going on. I don't think I set my device groups on the machine, so it's not actually doing anything. Yeah, vehicle goose 01 needs to be vehicle pelican 01, and for the button... Okay, I did everything except set my fucking device groups. Button pelican. Okay, sick. Alright, we'll give ourselves tier 3 resources. Spawn the Pelican. There we go. Now we got a Pelican spawned in. And it won't let me spawn anymore because I have the max limit. Wait, is the max limit set at 1? I don't think I set the max limit at 1, did I? Oh, no, there we go. Max units reached. So there's our 1 Pelican. Sick, dude. That's so cool. And if I destroy it, object destroy Pelican blue 01, it becomes available again. That's pretty cool, man. What's that? Hey, buddy. Hi. What's up, man? Dude, it fucking works. Can you believe that shit? Hi, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna go stand up. I'm gonna go stretch my legs real quick. When I come back, we're gonna do, like, all the vehicles, maybe ever. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Ready for the storm to start rolling in. If the stream suddenly dies and disconnects, just know the severe thunderstorm took me out. Such is Texas life, you know? I kind of want to do the Phantom spawner next. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. Since we're already here on the dropships, why not, right? Where is it? Phantom. Test, no boost. No. Phantom. Jesus, the Phantom's huge. Move it back a little. This will be P Phantom Blue 01. Looks pretty good. Can I jump into it? Okay, it's kind of hard to tell with jetpack on, but yeah, no, I can definitely jump into it. I need some kind of cool spawn effect, too. I don't have any spawn effects. Things just kind of, like, appear, but I would like it if there was, like, some kind of effect that played. Explosion. Yeah, the person who summons it just instantly dies. Okay, whatever I have on this machine, it needs to be what the other one has. Does not operate automatically, does not open automatically. Maybe it's my device groups? Well, they both have 0. Maybe that's what this one needs. Then I run scripts, and then it determines... Okay, sick. So that way, if I have like a tier 1, it doesn't automatically error out. Sick, sick, sick. And real quick, actually, I'm going to make it so the Pelican's going to require tier 3 resources. So here's Pelican. So the timer for the Pelican right now is 15 seconds. I'm going to make it a minute. For the Pelican to spawn in, it's going to need to be tier 3. And... see, is there any other resource detection stuff that happens? I don't think so. I think that's the only place there. Okay, cool. Let's hide our new Phantom. Compile our scripts. And let's see here. If I cheat and give myself tier 2 resources... no, it needs to be less than or equal to... is I think what I put. Yeah, I put less than or equal to because I'm dumb. Doesn't that mean the mongoose shouldn't work at this tier? There we go, we can spawn a Pelican at... wait, what? No. Wrong. If blue resources are equal to 3. And then set it to 2. No Pelicans. Then we set it to tier 3 resources. Pelicans available. Sick. That's a nice green. That's a 60-second timer that it'll run on. And then it'll say max units reached until the Pelican dies and disappears. Cool. I'm glad that's working. I'm going to put down another device here, because we already have our blue team Phantom vehicle spawned in. I'm planning to have... I'll do Pelican, Phantom, and Mega Mantis, I think will be my 3. Be cool to add a teleport animation for the vehicles. Yeah, I kind of want to do like some bright flash so that way they still spawn instantly, but... roughly space them out like that. A little more on this one. Not bad. So I'm thinking Pelican, Phantom, Mega Mantis for this one. This is type spawn Pelicans, so this is the fun part where we have to really quickly make a brand new one. So not Pelican, Phantom, Spirit. No, there's no spirits on this map. I mean, I could add them, I just don't really feel like they add a lot more to the actual gameplay. Okay. So now we need to make a new switch for the Phantom. Thankfully this works for both red and blue team. So spawn Phantom, we'll have the device spawn Phantom string, which we will now make. And then we can run that string. Oh, the spirit's design. I mean, I have a working spirit that I've made, but I just don't have it in this map currently. Okay, so now we have our Phantom spawner, so we can actually add it into the map. Where did my... So we'll put our spawn... Oh, this is a spawn Phantom right here. Then we got to make the little groups for them, and then we can just copy, paste, spam the scripts. We do need to make the visuals for it, but we'll get there. So spawn Phantom is there. Let's make our device groups. Vehicle, Phantom, 01 blue. Okay, so that's all solid. We're just going to hook those up to our button in our machine really quickly here. So our vehicle podium is vehicle, Phantom, 01 blue. This one, that's going to be our Mega Mantis, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. And then our button gets to be named Button, Phantom, 01 blue. Okay, so everything in-game is set up. It all functions, other than not having the cool Phantom texture yet. So now we can do the scripts for it, and then I'll make the very cool... make the very cool picture for it. So let's make a new thing for this, for the Phantom. So we'll have the timer for the Phantom, the button state for the Phantom, and the availability, checking for the number spawned in on the map. And then right here, all we have to do is find Pelican and replace it with Phantom for the next few. It'll be identical in every way. And we're done.
The spawn in animation Phoenix Surprise 6709 mentioned, couldn't you use the teleport spawn in effect you have on the AI?
Yeah, I could, but I would rather have one that's a little more instantaneous. Alright, let me see really quickly. Set our resources to 2. Can't spawn anything. Set our resources to 3. Become available. What? Let's just set our resources to 3. I guess I need this to be greater than or equal to now that I think about it. Otherwise, if the resource number gets set higher... Oh, whatever, I'll deal with it later. Alright, so now we spawn our Phantom. That spawned a fucking Pelican. Oh, I forgot to hook them up, didn't I? Machine Phantom uses vehicle Phantom and our Phantom button. We'll use button Phantom. Awesome. Weird question, but I have curly hair. I have pretty straight hair. It has like waviness to it. But no, it's pretty straight. There we go. Phantom spawner works. And then just test. So does our Pelican spawner. Look, they're having so much fun together. Enemy teams could grief if I do that. Maybe I should have a check for that just to be safe. I just don't want to overcomplicate it further. Oh, whatever. I'll do the Phantom image real quick. Okay, let's do a little drawing of our Phantom. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's the opposite end. Okay. Boom. 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 I feel like we're nearly there. I just gotta do this part. Clean up the top, and then it should be done. Okay. Do I make the cutout in the middle? I don't think I need to cut out in the middle. I think this should be fine. Why does that have to be lopsided? Now it doesn't look centered. I'm gonna freak out. Oh. The Halo Wars music playing right now when we're working on something like this is rather fitting. Okay, let's save this real fast back to our main Photoshop file. That should be Hollow Phantom. And now we start exporting the images and put them in the game, put them on the podium, make a new thingy for the podium, and call it a day. This will be Hollow Phantom, and this one will be Hollow Phantom 00. The second layer of importance will be power. After that, it'll be the respawn timer. And lastly, we have the maximum units reached. Okay. Hopefully that's good. This is Halo Wars first person, but I was looking great. Listen, that's what Skaboodley's up to. I'm just making objectives and vehicle spawners. Alright, now if we want to add this in, we do have to make another hologram here. This one's going to be Hollow Phantom. And it'll have its Hollow Phantom region. Like that. And then it'll need a material as well, which I'll call Hollow Phantom. We'll export that out. Throw that in there. Take our shader for it. Where are you? Vehicle podium. Shaders. We'll take our Pelican shader real quick. Swap that out to become a Phantom shader. And then we'll import our new textures. Thank you for the 2 coax. Appreciate it.
Check your DMs. Dropped you a present.
Ooh, give me 1 second. Once I got this set up in like 1 minute, I'm happy to check. Okay, we do that. Then we set our Phantom shader to use that new texture so that it shows the Phantom. And then lastly, we need to make a variant that only shows the Phantom. So now we are going to go to Hollow Pelican, duplicate, Phantom, Pelican, duplicate, wait, no, do Goose, duplicate, Phantom so that we don't show the Phantom. And then lastly, we make an actual Phantom one that actually shows the Phantom and does not show the Pelican. Beautiful. Last thing we gotta do is choose this one to be the variant of the Phantom. Oh, probably also import the new model. There we go! Phantom, Pelican. And it should say as well, well, if I give myself enough power, hold E to spawn Phantom. Sick. Oh, I accidentally set my power too high. All 3-8 powered. Phantom available. There she goes. Dude, this is so cool. This is sick. Don't look at it. Oh no, I'm looking at it. Let's see. What the fuck? Wait. Bro, I gotta use this for something. Hello? Look at this shit, bro. Why is it so clean? That's why you asked me earlier what shoulders I use. Wait, that's so sick. Wait, why is the file called Bald Man? What the fuck, man? Why? You didn't have to do that. God damn it. That's really sick, though. Can I yoink this and use it for like my fucking Discord banner and stuff? This is dope. New profile, but yeah, this is sick. What the fuck? Hello? God damn it, man. Even when something dope as fuck gets made for me. They should call me Bald Man. Ugh. Dude, I really like this little loading thing. It's so sick that it actually works. You just sit here and watch the little loading bar progress until it tells me that I have too many phantoms in the game. Look at that, true. Where the blind fall saves you want? Where's the lobby? Max units reached, Green Knight. Max units reached. The Phantom is touching the edges. Listen, these are temporary spawn pads. I made them like last night, and they are inarguably better than the first temp ones I made, but they're still kind of ass. I mean, on the picture, wrong. They're just on a different layer. They have depth. I probably should make it that anything that's on the particular pad here gets deleted when something new gets spawned. Yo! Rejected Paris class heavy frigate! Thank you for becoming a member! I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Would it be possible to make the loading bar red if it's gonna be max units when it's done? Yeah, I've been thinking about that in my head the entire time. I think I know how to do it, which would be to set max units to be a higher priority than loading, which would override the loading before. I probably should do that. I just... be kinda ass. There reminds me a lot of Halo 5's rec system. Yeah, except all these are free. Just for funsies. I could test it out on the Mongoose spawner. See if I can get the max limit reach to override the timer. It would probably be wise. The timer should be the tertiary mode for the button rather than the secondary. Let's see. Theoretically, all I have to do is set the value a certain way. I just swap these two if statements around, it should work. And then, I don't know if this will work, but I'll try it. If that doesn't work, then I will. Oh, that certainly didn't work. It instantly went to max units reached. These are technically correct. Maybe if I come down to the status point here. It instantly went to max units. Gonna play Subnautica 2? I haven't really played Subnautica before. I don't really play a lot of games, to be honest. I just mod Halo. Racing games? Yeah, not really. I used to play Need for Speed on the Xbox, but not hugely into them. Like space games, Kerbal Space Program, Elite Dangerous. I would like Star Citizen if it wasn't, you know, the way that it is, requiring a $1,000 investment to play. I play Halo? What the fuck is Halo? Elite Dangerous mentioned, dude, when I got my Oculus Rift years and years and years ago, I would play Elite Dangerous in VR for like hours, bro. It was incredible. Okay, well that works. Probably no reason to do the Mega Mantis spawner at the moment. I guess I could set up some more energy resources just to see the capture system. And you know what? I think I'm gonna make it so the mongoose... No. What I need to do is I need to make power level 1 standard, and I don't know... I need to make a decision on whether or not I want players to be able to go down to power level 0, because if you can't spawn anything, then you're kind of fucked. So I don't think power level 0 should be, like... nothing. Also, the Phantom and Pelican don't work currently. Equal to or greater than 3 should...
What else would you even play? Modding is a life.
True. Okay, that works. This is also a Pelican spawner. Oh, it doesn't have a button, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I probably should make it so the max unit thing takes priority before I make any more spawners, so that way I don't have to copy and paste into a bunch of complicated ass fixes for this. So I'll do this for the mongoose first, since it'll be the hardest one. And then the other ones will be super easy. Also, I feel like the mongoose spawner should be like 10 seconds instead of 15. Should probably have wraiths and stuff that are spawnable as well, like anti-air wraiths. Have like 2 of those available. Tiers are going to be pistols, weapons, and melees, and just mongooses. That's not a bad idea. Maybe ghosts as well. I mean, honestly, this would give me an opportunity to just add more vehicles overall to the map, or at least more variety of vehicles, which could be fun. But also, if a team gets reduced back to tier 1, I don't want them to be completely helpless, so there should be at least a couple of, like, mid-tier vehicles that you can get at tier 1, like a mid-tier vehicle, perhaps. You can also technically go on foot to capture resources, too, with, like, power weapons, so that's not a bad idea either. Like the chopper and Ghost, you did make a UNSC motorcycle. Oh, I didn't make a UNSC motorcycle, but there are some. Oh, you're talking about choppers. Yeah, maybe having choppers would be cool. That'd be sick. Let's see. Okay, so the goose spawner. Right, so I wanted to make it so the max resources. This is kind of annoying because the way I have everything organized is specifically around the system where the max number is the last possible check. And so it sets the value to 3. I'm going to try what I did earlier. So we're going to have our check here for the max number of mongooses. And then I'll move the final check to be whether or not the timer is up. I'll set this back to 15 temporarily. So everything technically should be the same, but now the error messages will be reversed. So, weirdly enough, the green, the functioning available message has now switched to this. So it's checking if all of the mongooses are alive, which they are. Then we check if the timer is good. Oh, right. Right. I can actually flip these around now. I see what's going on. So boom, boom, boom. And the actual problem is that I need to, because this is an inverted statement, the begin, aka the successful one here, should go here. It was set to use blue 01. And then this should be the inverted statement here. Okay, we're getting a max units reached message. Let me double check my work here. For max units reached, that would be 2. So if all mongooses are not spawned... Man, this is such a mindfuck. Why did I have to make this so complicated? I wasn't trying to do this again on stream today, but inevitably here I am. So it's checking if there's even one... Wait, yeah. It's checking to see if even a single... Or if all 4 of them are gone. If they are all 4 gone, you set it to max units 2. If they are not all gone, you run the if statement of checking the timer. If the timer is 0, you set it to 0. If the timer is not, you set it to 3. Let me double check my work real quick. Holy fuck, the storm is here. I just heard my entire house shake from the wind. Insufficient power, please wait, and max units reach. So 3 is going to be max units reach. We're going to do 2 for please wait, 3 for max units reached. That should fix it. I hope. Okay, we're available. We hit this. We get the loading screen. We'll do game speed 10 so we can test this. Okay, we get the loading. And then lastly, here it should instantly say max units reached, rather than going to a loading screen. There we go. And then now, if one of them in this particular moment happened to despawn, we would get the loading screen back, because technically we would no longer have max units reached and the respawn would still be occurring. Awesome. Okay, that fixed it. I've reprioritized the system for that then. And now it's good. It just works. Sick. I just need to reorganize the Pelican and the Phantom now, too. See, this is why I'm trying not to do too many of these vehicles, because if it turns out it's a bug or I want to change something, I would have to change it for all the vehicle spawners, and there are going to be quite a few. This is why I spent the last, like, 2 or 3 days just making sure the system is functional. I think I'm going to make it so the Mongoose, this specific spawner of the Mongoose, is going to just need the resources to be at 0, so they'll just always be available as long as there's no max unit spawn. So even without any resources, the Mongoose here should still function. I should probably make it even say tier 0 for the Mongoose now that I think about it. Because right now they all say tier 1. Though maybe tier 1 should be the minimum. I just haven't decided yet whether I want tier 1 to be the minimum or not. Get more vehicles, you can do it off cam. Yeah, I'm planning on it. I don't want to have to do all this boring shit on stream every single time. Thankfully, it's like a pretty straightforward process now. Once I do every vehicle for the blue side, then I'm kind of just chilling. Though technically, I think I'm maxed out to like 15 vehicle variations unless I start doing secondary spawn objects. Because there's only 16 possible variants for an object. Well, I guess I have an infinite number. It's a Mongoose tier 1. That is. We should go 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe this could just be a tier 0 vehicle. And then, like, you have to get up to tier 1. Perhaps you can go to tier 0, but you start at tier 1. My thought is you should start the game with a baseline of smaller vehicles and smaller arms. You go out, you start collecting stuff for your team, and then you get upgrades, and then you'll be able to get stronger stuff. Once you get stronger stuff, you can actually start going out in the fight and battling the fuck out of each other. Because by default, it's off until you capture Covenant Energy Cells. Yeah, but I don't want... There's not going to be... At least currently, I'm not planning to have Covenant Energy Cells in the base. So if you're at tier 0 and you can't spawn anything when you very first start the match... You're gonna be like, what the fuck do I do? Walk around on foot with nothing now? Like, that would suck. God damn, is a big ass storm about to hit. Is it a hailstorm? It better not be a fucking hailstorm. Hold up. I might have to go protect the fucking car. It might be. That's a pretty mean looking storm. Hold on. One second. Yeah, whatever. There's the hail over there. Probably not big. I just don't want my car to get fucking dented. Alright, I should probably set up the other fucking things over here to work as well. Yeah, the problem was before I didn't account for the inversion for the button logic. Because the last step, we get the inversion here, so now instead I have to move this to here, this to here, but then I actually have to take this entire statement of begin and invert it. And place this one here. Let's replace the 2 and the 3. And that should be Phantom working as well now, right? So I'll set my power to 3. No, I broke it. Oh god, I broke it all. Can I have the clip and make some high-res renders? Any poses? A T-pose would go hard. That would be fun. Let me see. Resources need to be 3. At least 3. Phantom blue needs to be at least 0. Then we check this one. Oh wait, these are not inverted, right? Yeah, if it... No, it is still inverted. If the Phantom is alive, then we set it to this error. If it's not alive, we set this. Okay, okay, okay. We'll swap these two. They're going to have the inverse of each other now, so 2 and 3 need to be swapped. Actually, this needs to be 2 and 0. Because these are no longer inverted, but since this one is now an inverse, now I have to take the if statement. Out of this begin, put it in this one, and remove this, and put it in this one. Boom. Set my resources to 3, spawn that way in, max units reached. And then just to test, we will destroy this, and it should show the loading icon, the respawner. So object, destroy, P, Phantom, blue 01. There we go. Okay, the logic checks out. So now the priority goes to max units. Cool. I'll do that for the Pelican now, and then it should be solid. So we swap the if statements out. Holy fuck, it sounds brutal out there, man. Swap the if statements out, swap the 2s and the 3s, swap the 2 and the 0 because these are no longer inverse statements, and because this one is an inverse statement, we take everything in this begin, swap it for everything. And this one, swap this one to here. Compile. Max units reached. Destroy the Pelican just to be safe. Pelican blue 01. And now we get the respawn timer. Okay, sick. Sick, sick, sick. It's working. Episode 10's out? Ooh! What up, Hyokin? You want to see some legendary shit? Look what we've been working on today. Oh no, insufficient power for my tier 1 vehicle. Let's get some power in here. Alright, mongoose available. There we go. Oh, it's respawning. Alright, well, I'll have to wait a second for the next mongoose. What's that? God damn, there's some lightning out there. Alright, well, I have a lot of work to do off stream, so maybe I'll save it for off stream. I'm gonna head out of here, guys. I'm gonna make sure that we have some really cool shit tomorrow. I'm gonna go probably protect my car from the incoming hail really fast. I'm out of here, guys. Thank you so much for watching today. I hope you enjoyed this. We got to finally do some really sick holograms. Shout out Coax for providing us with some really sick Covenant hologram visuals. And we made some really nice looking stuff, if I do say so myself. All this stuff works pretty great. As soon as we get all the vehicle spawners set up, and the batteries set up as well, I would very much like to do a... I'd very much like to do a playtest, which should be happening in the next couple days. Then we can do an Ultimate Forge game out as well. But this is sick. This is really sick. Alright, I'm out of here. Have a wonderful rest of your night, guys. Thank you to everybody for all the tips, the super chats, the memberships. It means a lot. But thank you just for being here, as always. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live again 4 to 6 p.m. Central. Alright. See you guys later. Bye-bye!